Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub?
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show.
Look up something in back check, kind of like cross reference.
Yeah, I should put the.
You say look that shit up. That's the name of your show.
Yeah,
that's
right.
what really drew me in.
Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley. Going. Hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now
Who and what are we gonna complain about tonight?
You are now
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka. It is what it is, baby. You really not feeling me? Let me find out. Yo, question my ability. Let me find out. Invest in my enemy. Let me find out. There ain't no telling what you finna see. You finna find out. It's something that enters me. You finna find out. Then exit with energy. You finna find out. Riding flows like centipede. You finna find out. Screw those that's kidding me. Let me find out. Hit the big lips. I'ma call you Bill Bellamy. When you talk your shit, man, really it's killing me. Hit you with my fist and I'ma do it lyrically. Crazy ass brick, so I might do it literally. I'ma do this till I'm old eating celery. How old is Jay-Z? He gotta be 70. Come to my show or I'ma do it bitterly. Or hit the porn store with a bitch named Beverly. Keep waiting tables, yeah. Spicy means peppery. Or get tattoos and work in the factory. Whatever I do, I'ma do it happily. I'm tired of these rappers too, they do it tactfully. That's why I'm here, I'm the shit this year. We gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something you can feel. When shit's fucked up, gon' drop a tear. I'ma pull my pants up, grab another beer. Rap's messed up and I don't have no fear. Attack the chest up, it's a grown man in here. Ask you little chaps, what have you done in the field? Throw your sets up, let them know you're still here. I said you really not feeling me, let me find out. Yo, question my ability, let me find out. Yo, invest in my enemy, let me find out. Ain't no telling what you finna see, you finna find out. Yo, you really not feeling me, let me find out. Yo, question my ability, let me find out. Yo, invest in my enemy, let me find out. Ain't no telling what you finna see, you finna find out. Yeah, bounce, rock, shake, wiggle. We gon' come through and put it in the middle. They calls me fiddler cause I play the fiddle. Checking masters, white pipes, I's a good nigga. Bounce, rock, shake, wiggle. We gon' come through and put it in the middle. They calls me fiddler cause I play the fiddle. Checking masters, white pipes, I's a good nigga. I said you really not feeling me, let me find out. Yo, question my ability, let me find out. Yo, invest in my enemies, yo, let me find out.
KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
Well, I'm round town bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now.
KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
Look,
now.
I'm sipping Bacardi, visualizing on the farm Ferrari.
Catch a buzz from the life that we store in the party.
My swag immaculate, kicking this rap shit till I'm 40.
It's like electricity, just float the
Being easy with breezes and winding down and out, baby, I'm sorry.
Switch the game, change it up, falling off now hard.
Picture me rolling Maserati with some hoes in the back.
Switching lanes, taking pictures with a bitch in my lap.
Clap your hands, everybody, if you feel this shit.
KC,
bingo.
On the
a silver Air Force.
And we receiving major paper from multiple sources.
Of course, it's the bosses that handle the business.
Spice the game a little bit, cause the flavor diminished.
Like Kane and Old Dog, we society's menace.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 into the fold.
KC,
Bingo, knocking at your door. Here it is again. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What, I'm riding around town, bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give me something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What, riding around town, bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now. Attack the track like a lion, cause I'm so ferocious. When the wind blow, I fly, cause my image on posters. It be wise to decide to not try to approach us. Get burnt like bread when it's stuck in the toaster. And you hoes like clothes, I told ya I fold ya. In the mornings I have Folgers with my doja. I suppose it's time to smell the roses. Clear my mind, check the snakes is close.
And peep my status for stamina, swagging on niggas just amateurs. Style stay funkin' and cannabis. It's scandalous the way these bitches try to handle us. It's city ball to ball swords in my Polaroid camera. I want my niggas on the propaganda. Welcome to this extravaganza. Hennessy, sipping weed, smoking enhancer. Even though we know that way to go is not the answer, I won't chance the opportunity to blow this shit. Take a shot at the target and I'm not gon' miss. Kicking, flipping, splitting, rip these rap niggas to bits. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What, I'm riding around town, bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC, you
now.
the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What, riding around town, bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now. Yeah,
like that, that. I like that, y'all. Like that, that. I like that, like that, y'all. Like
hit it with the whip of all back, y'all.
Like that, y'all. Like that, y'all.
Here it is, KC King Chaka.
Dime qué tú quieres, papi. ¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti? Mueve, mueve. ¿Te gusta cuando me muevo así? Así. Mueve, muevo, mueve.
Hey, you, we up in the place, we up in the place, we up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake, make your body shake, make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place, we up in the place, we up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake, make your body shake, make your body shake. Hop, hop, jump, skip up on the floor. If they didn't know, then we gon' let them know. Drop low, giving them a show. We gon' give them something that they never seen before. Hop, scotch, 784. Bouncing on the beat while keeping the flow. Stop, watch, freeze and go. Cock-a-doodle-doo is what you eating off the floor. Pop, lock, do it by yourself. You know you the best, you don't need nobody else. Rock, hip, toast to success. You was born a winner, so you never nothing less. Hey, you, we up in the place, we up in the place, we up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake, make your body shake, make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place, we up in the place, we up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake, make your body shake, make your body shake. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, 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 wiggle.
¿Quieres, papi?
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Quieres
wiggle,
que lo
wiggle.
mueva para ti?
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Te gusta
wiggle.
cuando me muevo así? Así.
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle. When we come through, make you move just a little. Clap, snap, do it from the hip. You can do this whether you stand or sit. Pump, fist, do it with your wrist. Pump it back and forth like you trying to catch a fish. Hip, twist, do a finger kiss. Rocking back and forth as you make your body shift. Top, tick, do it like you sick. 2 + 4 is 6, and that's a ripper thick. Top, sick, we gon' let it rip. We got your attention and we not gon' let it slip. So hands up, move your head and know what's up. Now it's shoulders rolling while you showing them your stuff. Hey, you, we We up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you. We up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Bow, 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 bow. Shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle.
Lo que tú quieres, papi.
Bow, 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 bow. Shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle.
¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti?
Bow, 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 bow. Shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle.
¿Te gusta cuando me muevo así? Así.
Bow, 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 bow. Shake, shake, wiggle, 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 wiggle. Make you move just a little, 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 just a little.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. Don't take our word for it. Look that mess up. Thank you, God, for this day we have lived. Everything in our life, our health, our family, the guidance you have given us. Allow us guidance to the path of righteousness with no sway towards the evils of our lower self. Amen. How y'all feel? Y'all feel good? I'm a little bit early, so I'm sure my people going to be rolling in at some point. Let me play this. I swear, man, people talk about climate change or whatever. Like, you can argue about what the causes are or whatever the hell, but it's clearly things are different. Like, people are like, oh, well, it rains like this all the time in Houston. It feels like this all the time in Houston. It really does. That's true. But, man, it's like it seems a bit different. You know, it's like really quickly. It happens faster. The lightning seems to be a bit more stronger, scary. I don't know. I think the weather is dangerous, and we need to pay attention to that. You know, and of course, the world, the earth goes through cycles. Regardless, you could say it's going into a cycle. Regardless, we still got to pay attention and make moves and move differently. It's dangerous out there now. It's like when it rains, it's just go home if you can. If you can't, stay put until you can. Kind of like treat every rainstorm like a hurricane. Be safe. It be those little bitty rainstorms. People die, man. It happens. They're just showing the sky. It rolled in really fast. I guess that's what this picture is showing. Because I went swimming earlier today, and it was beautiful. And then I saw, like, it got kind of windy, and it kind of got cloudy. And I was like, man, I'm going to go in. I ain't finna mess with none of this lightning or nothing. And then, like, I don't know how much later, then it started raining. Really bad. Okay, this is what it says. You can see just how quickly that ominous dark cloud rolled over the city of Houston. Keep an eye on high water locations reported on area roads and other trouble spots for drivers. It's like, don't go nowhere. Like, wait till the water goes down. Like, don't be trying to go to the club or whatever the hell, go to the bar. Just chill. Why they do that to them kids? That's child abuse, man. They was hugging each other. Their brothers hugging each other. It says, me at work watching a stud struggle lifting a 5-gallon jug, knowing I could have helped. This is the path she chose. That's funny.
Is a Trump loyalist, of course, was furious that the FBI had raided Trump's home in Mar-a-Lago. And so he tweeted the following: how many of the perverts whose names are written in Jeffrey Epstein's black book have had their homes raided by the FBI since the Ghislaine Maxwell trial concluded? Well, Charlie, I'm glad you asked. So far, before the raid into Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence, none of those people had been raided. After Trump's raid, one of those individuals was raided. As of today, at least one. It was what Brendan Carrot wrote, and he included all these photos of Donald Trump with his buddy, Jeffrey Epstein. Charlie Kirk, who is a Trump loyalist, of course, was furious that the FBI...
It's so freaking political. It shows how retarded everything is, because I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to wait for the guys to get in here, because this is a topic I want to cover today, is the thing about Trump and the FBI raiding his house, and then how political the whole thing is. You're either on one side or the other. Like, nobody's looking at it like, what's the law, what's really happening. You know, they're not looking at it like that. Whatever point of view they stand already, oh, they hate Trump, then whatever. Trump did something wrong, he deserved it. They don't like Trump, oh, they're trying to screw him up. They're making it political, and they're just, you know, so that's what makes it so bad. Nobody knows what to believe. Damn, the horse is too hot. Oh, man. See, I hate to see people riding them damn carriages and shit. They really don't treat them horses very good, man. They be grinding all day. That shit is not right. On the streets, too. Like, a hard-ass street, bacon-ass sun. Fuck. Yes, that's disturbing.
Sisters, we can start with our mouth. The good black woman can control her mouth. She don't have to say everything that comes up. It's okay if he get the last word sometime. You know, she don't cuss in public. And she works on not cussing in private. She don't tear a man down with her mouth, because they can't out-argue us. Can't nobody out-argue us. I have charged that we nag our men too much. We keep our men's head tied up so much with our petty grievances about our personal relationship that he don't have time to think and plan for our future. Because he got to deal with what's going to happen with us every day. You know, it's real odd. When the black man come home, he almost have to do a wind test or stick his toe in the door. He don't know what's waiting. Good black woman has self-discipline. That's self-control. Let me make that real for you.
I ain't gonna lie. I don't even want to touch that topic, because that's why I feel like that's why I'm single. Whatever. Let me move on. What he ate at the Dodger game. Dang, man, did she go crazy? I mean, I guess I don't really care, but if I play that clip, I'll be in trouble. I can't play that. Hey, I got some stuff I want to talk about, but I'm kind of lollygagging right now because I don't want to get into them. It says, so 98% of House Republicans voted against your right to an abortion. 92% voted against your right to have contraception. 74% voted against your right to marry who you choose. Remember to take that to the polls this November. Okay. I don't think that works. I don't think that type of, I don't think that tactic works. People not hearing you. Anyways, freaking, I don't want to get into it yet. I'm gonna stall a little while longer. What is this?
Already, I have no words.
I might get messed up for that, because they be coming for you. It's funny this popped up because I kind of want to talk about the philosophy of the Sith. I was watching a video about that, and it's like, I don't know. The things about Star Wars that's cool is the Sith. I don't think anybody can freaking argue with that. So, like, but then it's like in the movie, they're making them out to be the bad guys. And I just wanted to know, they don't really explore the Sith's philosophy that much. It's just like, so anyways, I might talk about that today. At some point this week, I will. This says, when you get to work fucking blitzed and have to head straight into an unexpected meeting. He was not ready. That's an old clip. I don't read those anymore. It says defund the FBI. Marjorie Taylor Greene? Really? She said that? Did she say that? That's her tweet. Is that what they're saying? It says, it's funny how the FBI is and always has been a right-wing organization serving right-wing interests and sabotaging and undermining the left at every turn since its conception. But one fascist leader commits a federal crime and the entire right wing wants the FBI gone. It says, all non-communists resign from the FBI immediately. Come on, do it. If you are an FBI agent who isn't a complete anti-American communist, you have an obligation to resign. Democrats, we're going to pass legislation to cap insulin at $35. Pro-life Republicans, the fuck you are. You know, that's one of the things that anyways, I'm going to talk about this, but that's one of the things they took out of that bill that was really good. And like, it sounds like a damn another one of them giveaways. And that's what everybody be saying. And that's why they don't want to vote for shit. And y'all be thinking that it's just like, oh, they're just being whatever. But it's like, if it's just some money going to fucking private contractors and it's coming out of our pocket, then ain't nobody really feeling that, bro. Like they be song and dance. Oh yeah, the money's gonna go to this, that, and the other. Meanwhile, I'm just gonna give it to my buddies and friends and their family. That's what people not feeling. That's what y'all don't understand. But I would say the $35 cap on insulin, it makes you go, And then that kind of stuff is what shows you who's really running the show and what's really going on. Because how come that part couldn't make it? It's $35 cap on insulin. It sounds pretty fair, right? Like, but they price gouge the shit out of people for insulin and they need it to live. So they're going to spend however much it costs. It's, oh my God, it's so horrible because the insulin shouldn't even cost nothing, really. It's really cheap to produce. It says, important reminder as the Republican conspiracy theories start. The current director of the FBI was chosen by Trump. Dun, dun, dun. It says, Facebook gave Nebraska cops a teen's DMs so they could prosecute her for having an abortion. I've seen that. I don't know why they keep pushing that around. Depressing country. Need books? No worries. Donate plasma. Oh my God. Earn $250 in your first 5 donations. They're not lying about that either. It says need books. So it's like you need books to go to school or whatever. I know the books are expensive. You know, just sell your plasma. You know, you can get your books that way. You really want to go to school, right? Just give your life blood. Just give your life essence to us. And, you know, we'll give you a couple of dollars and you can use that to go buy your books. It says Musk admitted Hyperloop was about getting legislatures to cancel plans for high-speed rail in California. He had no plans to build it. Musk said public transit was a pain in the ass where you're surrounded by strangers, including possible serial killers. Of course, it says Elon Musk is convinced he's the future. We need to look beyond him. It's so crazy how much y'all love Elon Musk. Like he's I say he's Batman, bro. And Batman is a villain, y'all. Anyways, freaking Elon Musk, of course he's going to say these things. That's why you guys need to use your brain to think, okay? He has a car. He sells cars. He doesn't want mass transit. That's going to freaking hurt his pocketbook directly. Come on. Fewer cars. It's really, really, really simple. All the countries around the world have mass transit. That's really the best way to go. That's really the future. All these cars are stupid. It says, adhere to the highest standards of conduct, especially in maintaining honesty and integrity. Work a minimum of 50 hours per week, which may include irregular hours, and be on call 24/7, including holidays and weekends. Maintain a level of fitness necessary to effectively respond to life-threatening situations on the job. Carry a firearm and be willing to use deadly force if necessary. Be willing and able to participate in arrests, execution of search warrants, and other dangerous assignments. I don't know what this is. It says IRS on the header, but that's random. Anyway, some of those slides were pretty good. The NFL just approved the Broncos' 4.65 billion sale to the Walton heir. Walmart workers are the biggest recipients of food stamps and Medicaid in most states, so we all just subsidize that purchase. Damn, that's kind of heavy when you think about that. Y'all like to be like, oh yeah, the billionaires, the millionaires, those people are cool people. They earned their money and everything. Like, we should worship them. Just be like them. Social doctors claim wife slowly poisoned him with Drano. Says he has video proof. Damn, bro. Like, you really hate the person if you're doing that shit. Why don't y'all just leave? Why don't y'all just break up, bro? Like, what is keeping you in there if you fucking hate this person so much like this? There's no sound to this. Ugh. It just gives me chills because the person. But if you're with, you should notice some kind of freaking. You should notice, like, if there's animosity, there's tension, there's like, something ain't right. You must be trying to force it. If this person is poisoning you and you're not fucking aware of it. So I guess this is what they're talking about. IRS seeks armed accountants ready for deadly force. Same time Biden give the final okay for the IRS to hire 87,000 more agents and 80 million. The package just passed, but I don't know about this IRS armed accountants. I don't know if that's true. I haven't seen that. And just because it's on this same header right here, it looks like somebody could have freaking did that themselves. So I really have to see that myself. I don't believe that right now. But yeah, they are finna hire a whole bunch of people. They got a whole big budget. I want to talk about that today. I'm gonna wait on that. We're definitely talking about that today because they got a huge budget and they're gonna use that budget to go after your ass. That's what's finna happen. They're going after your ass. They're going after your little side hustles. That's what they want. You haven't been paying taxes on your little side hustle. And if you put that shit in your bank account or if you use Zelle or something, they're going to track it and they're going to be like, you got to fill out this tax form for that. That's okay. You don't necessarily have to tell us where it came from. Just give us, percentage.
FBI informant. The news just broke that somebody from Trump World supplied the FBI with what was hidden at Mar-a-Lago and where Donald Trump hid it. And we know that Donald Trump really cares about his loyalty, so this is gonna drive him crazy that he doesn't know who it is. Who do you guys think it is? I don't know, but whoever they are, great job. It has just been revealed that a member of the Donald Trump inner circle is an FBI informant. The news just broke that somebody from Trump World supplied the FBI with what was hidden at...
I bet at this point, I'm sure he knows who it is. At this point. No way he couldn't know who it is at this point. It all comes out in the wash. So this is where I'm supposed to make me feel bad because it says where it all started: Apple, Google, Amazon, Harley, Disney, Dogecoin. So anyways, let me move on.
Yeah. Nah, I gotta go.
Why you playing? What you in a rush for?
Cause I gotta get home.
Okay. Yeah. Let me see your phone.
I don't really get my phone.
Give me your damn phone and stop acting like a pussy. I'm about to give you my number and you're gonna text me, okay?
All right.
It's Tisha too. You better text me. Hey, Miss, get in the car. Huh? Get in the car. But no, I'm not around right now. I told you, I'm with, my little yeah, told you that.
I know that wasn't real, but it's a crazy world we live in. It says 2 gunmen opened fire on random 17-year-old male during alleged gang initiation. They probably don't know nothing about nothing. They're just clickbaiting away. It says, if I cheat, I'm going to do it in the morning because at the end of the day, I'm loyal. Oh, my God. That's insane. Bruh, that's insane. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? I'm early as hell. I'm gonna give him some more time. The schedule go on at 11. Says they have 1.3 million worth of peppermint candy between them. Ugh, don't show that. Ashanti. It came out that Irv Gotti smashed Ashanti. That's not really surprising to me. I mean, it's the music industry. He kind of freaking, he looked lame as hell for saying that shit now, though, after all this time. Like, just saying it, like, that's lame, bro. Go sit down. Like you're trying to be relevant or something. It says police use Facebook chat history to charge mom and daughter for having an abortion. That's the thing that was up there earlier. Why does that keep popping up?
All over again. The Lincoln Project's latest ad. That's a minute-long piece of very high-end psyops trying to get inside Donald Trump's head. That's playing in Bedminster, New Jersey. I'm not sure where else it's playing, but it's certainly playing in Bedminster because the Lincoln Project is great at knowing where to target its ads. And the ad that they're targeting right there is Donald Trump's psyche. Joining our conversation, speaking of the Lincoln Project, former GOP strategist and co-founder of the aforementioned Lincoln Project, Rick Wilson, and Alexi McCammon, Axios political reporter and MSNBC contributor. Kurt's still with us. Rick, I start with you just because, you know, I don't want to call it your latest masterpiece, but it certainly is. It certainly is a piece of high grade, high octane psyops. I like particularly the little whispers, and the one whisper when you mentioned Eric, and you heard the whisper say, "Do you even care?" And about his wife, she wants to escape. Anyway, tell me the origin for this ad. What made you think of it, and explain the incredible psychodynamics in play.
Well, we knew that Donald Trump would try to gaslight the entire country and try to psychologically destabilize the entire country the minute this raid happened. We knew that he would immediately start lying. They would immediately start trying to tell an alternate narrative of what really happened and why it's really happening. So we wanted to push back and do something we're particularly good at, which is getting inside Donald Trump's decision cycle, getting inside his headspace, and pushing back in a way that we've been very, very successful at in the past. The terms they're using, that this was an assassination, this was a hit, this was a raid, all these things they're doing, they're trying to frame this out as something that's outside the bounds, that has nothing to do with Trump's long, consistent pattern of illegality. You know, Merrick Garland is a guy who has never once in his life yelled, "Hold my beer." This was a careful warrant. It was issued by a judge. It was done with all the review. They knew this would have these political impacts, and it was done in a very careful scope and manner. And of course, Trump is going to lie about it. Of course, his people are going to lie about it. This also is a real sign that all the flirtation with Ron DeSantis and Ted Cruz and anybody else who thought they were going to run in 24 with Fox, they're all back on board now with Trump. They're all back in bed with him. And I think you're going to see that Trump's going to try to lever this experience into his next campaign. And he's going to try to lever this experience into disrupting the country as much as he can. As Alexi pointed out, the Schedule F idea of basically burning down the government, filling it with little clones of Steve Bannon, is extraordinarily dangerous. But they're relying on rhetoric and communications and narratives right now that are encouraging a base of people who have already demonstrated that they can be motivated to violence without much effort.
Okay, whatever. You know what it makes me think about, though? It makes me think about, what if Trump, you know, a good thing to do right now for Trump would be to just announce that he's running for president and go ahead and start the campaign. Why not? It's early, but whatever. He did that last time. Announce that you're running and start campaigning right now. And that'll take over the media, and that'll change the perspective and change the conversation. You know what I'm saying? He can use that as momentum to push his campaign, right? So, but what I was thinking was, what if he doesn't make it? What if he loses and someone else makes it? It's like DeSantis or Abbott or somebody else, right? Let's say somebody else makes it, but then they make Trump. They put him in their cabinet, like, because I was thinking about, like, because, you know, the FBI situation. So, like, if he announces his run, that will deter a lot of things. Like, I think that will make him safe from, you know, the FBI or whoever coming at him. Because if he's running for president, I don't think they can get him. I think he would be untouchable. But then if he lost, I think they could get him after the campaign is over and just go get him then. But if he loses and then they choose to put him in the cabinet, boom, he'll be untouchable. And I was thinking, if you put him in the cabinet, what position would it be? And then I was thinking, what about Secretary of State? Imagine Trump being Secretary of State. Imagine that shit. Like that. It actually, when I think about it, it probably would be a good thing. He could go chop it up with Putin. He could chop it up with North Korea. He could smooth things over with China. I mean, he'd be talking shit with China or whatever, but, you know, these people, they like him. Like, he talks like them. Like, he acts like them. They're a lot alike, like oligarch types. So they like him. So that could be good for the United States as far as, like, our international relations. Because right now, our international relations are in the toilet. Anyways, I want to come back to that later. OMG. This plane tried to land on the freeway, kind of crashed. That clip been going around. I'll probably get in trouble if I play this. What is this? I shared the deep concerns of millions of Americans over the unprecedented surge of personal residence of President Trump. No former president of the United States has ever been subjected to a raid of their personal residence in American history. So the thing is unprecedented. So that is true. That was Mike Pence. It is true. I might start getting into it, y'all, because it's taking too long.
And how dare you say that the people that are here are not unhoused? How dare you? I live in
speaking
District
on
14.
items
You don't
19, 26, and 40. No, sergeants.
What is happening? I don't know what's happening. I'm going to move on. It says officers in riot helmets enter LA City Council meeting. At least one person was arrested after LAPD officers in riot helmets faced off with protesters and activists at a Los Angeles City Council meeting around a proposal that would ban unhoused people from creating encampments near schools, freeways, and libraries. That's what they're doing here in Houston. They already did that.
I worked for Child Protective Services for about 4 years, and I had some of the most severe cases of child abuse and neglect. So here we go. One of them is nickname body parts. You know, so many kids do not know the proper names for their body parts and are made to think that vaginas, penises, and things of that nature are bad. And so when they are disclosing abuse, they're saying like, oh, he touched my cookie. Nobody knows what you're talking about. Or my pocketbook. Nobody knows that they're talking about they were sexually abused. 2, I would never force my child to be affectionate to someone when they say they don't want to. That means when your uncle wants to pick up your kid and your kid is like, respect them, because they then start to think that that is allowed. Like they don't get a say in who they can, will, or have, like who they have to touch, hug, and be affectionate with. 3, I would never automatically trust people because of their proximity to me. So uncles, grandmas, grandpas, any of that. You cannot assume that just because you knew them and grew up with them that they will not harm your child, whether that be sexual, physical, or any kind of abuse, because anyone is capable. 4, I would never allow my kids to be alone with older kids. And I said older kids originally, but I don't think I'll leave my kids unsupervised with kids, period. Because child-on-child abuse is a thing, and kids experiment. They don't know better, so there's digital penetration and stuff happening all the time, and there's teenage kids that are perping on 4 and 5 year olds. So never just trust like, oh, he's a kid. No, absolutely not. And those cases are much harder for them to prosecute. And then 5, I will never call my child a liar because an adult said something else. There are so many kids that are abused by adults, and then the adult tries to say, well, no, she's lying. And people take the word of the adult because they're like, oh, they got to be making this up. I feel like at the very least, you need to think about, well, why would my kid lie about this? And so if they're making up a lie, like let's say they are hypothetically lying, there's something else going on that they're trying to tell you. So there's so many things that I saw as a CPS worker, and parents would just not believe the things that you see, the things that you hear. Parents abuse kids, relatives abuse kids, and it's much more likely to be a family member than a stranger on the street. So a lot of the things that we think are wrong. All right.
Man, what's going on, bro? It's your boy Big L Gocko, man. Come tap in on my nigga Drake on Real Life Street Star.
Why is it still playing it?
All right, Ethan, go ahead and serve. No, like, serve the ball.
Oh. I wanted to talk about the prisons a little bit, too. It says, this is a prison cell in Norway. The Scandinavian prison system focuses on rehabilitation rather than punishment of its prisoners. How nice that room is. Got a window looking out. Wow. Computer. I don't know. Soap dispenser over there. Yep. And it's a lot of space. You could tell by with him standing in it. Shit, those cells be half that size and not as nice. Look like you got a shower. Is that a shower curtain? Oh, that's like a curtain, like a for his window. It looks like hospital rooms is what it look like. And you would think that it would look like that if it's people that's in jail, because it's kind of like, a lot of them. Anyways, but in Texas, they're baking the people and boiling them to death. Don't even have no AC in there. People getting heart attacks and shit, and they're saying, "Oh, he just had a heart attack."
I did. I use an eyelash curler.
He said they'd be like, he just had a heart attack. It's like did the heat have anything to do with that? Oh, well, that's inconclusive. Man, everybody's so dumb. If you don't know what you're talking about, please don't post anything. It says how to split a 10,000 invoice. Whatever, man. I think I'm going to go into something. It's taking too long. What are we going to go into first? Let me see. The fucking IRS shit. I really want to talk about that. I guess we'll go into that. Or do we want to go into the freaking... Let's do Russell Brand. Because...
Million Awakening Wonders, thank you for joining us on this voyage towards truth. Have you ever wondered what following the science and trusting the science actually means? This is what I think it means, is to use empirical evidence to demonstrate facts, and then you act in accordance with those facts. As a person that suffered from depression and been prescribed depression medication, I'm well aware that the reason that people get depressed is low serotonin. That's what we all think, right? Anyone that's ever been prescribed antidepressant meds was taking it because of low serotonin. That's why we took the meds. Let's see what's on the news today then.
For decades, scientists have believed depression is linked to lower levels of serotonin in the brain. That belief has shaped treatment and helped create a multi-billion-dollar market for antidepressant drugs.
Yeah, but that's just a coincidence. I mean, the old multi-billion-dollar market for antidepressant drugs, I mean, they wouldn't just do it for that, would they? They've probably got evidence of some kind that serotonin being low causes depression. They wouldn't just say that and then create a load of products that weren't doing anything and possibly making things worse.
Helped create a multi-billion-dollar market for antidepressant drugs. But it may be wrong.
Maybe wrong. He's very relaxed about the news, isn't he, this geezer? He's a perfect mainstream media news guy. Maybe wrong. Not seeing any problems with that. That's just life. People make mistakes all the time. Even as a boy, I once introduced into the market an opioid drug that turns out was very addictive and killed a lot of people. He didn't do that. I'm just suggesting that he's quite relaxed. No one did release drugs into the market, did they, that were highly addictive? Of course they did. The same pharmaceutical industry.
According to research published in the journal Molecular Psychiatry, there is no convincing evidence that problems with serotonin actually cause depression.
Obviously, prescriptions for antidepressants have risen dramatically since the 1990s when we were told that they were effective and that they worked. 13% of Americans aged 18 and over take antidepressant medication. 1 in 6 adults and 2% of teenagers in England are now being prescribed antidepressant medication, all based on evidence that seems spurious, or actually evidence that was never there. 85 to 90% of the public believe depression was caused by low serotonin or a chemical imbalance. People don't just believe that out of the blue. People believe it because we were explicitly told it, like the earth is round and the government is reliable. All things that seem to be questioned quite regularly these days.
Nothing was more important than treating my depression.
Some things are more important than treating depression. For example, not releasing into the market drugs that are unreliable based on no evidence. I'm not saying that that's true of Wellbutrin, of course.
And with once daily Wellbutrin XL, I feel like me again.
Anything in particular that's nice about this Wellbutrin you're taking?
And I have to say it's nice that there's a low risk of sexual side effects.
I like that. One of the things I like is the low risk of sexual side effects. I don't want no risk at all. Where's the fun in that? I like to know that I'm dicing with a sexual side effect.
Wellbutrin XL effectively treats depression with a low risk of sexual side effects.
Also, why is this woman being contextualized as a horse rider? Which sort of suggests to me that her sexual kicks are all achieved while in the saddle. I mean, there's a little bit of risk that I won't enjoy this as much as normal, but it's a low risk. Giddy up, horsey!
It feels great to enjoy being around people again.
Oh, yeah, people, they're great, aren't they? I mean, now that there's no risk, or just a low risk at least, of sexual side effects, I can start lingering and loitering around my fellow man and woman.
Wellbutrin XL is not for everyone.
Does that like Wellbutrin is not for everyone? Like it's a matter of taste, like they're like Birkenstock, or they like shoes where each toe's got its own little house. It's not that, is it? It's like what kind of people it's not for? I don't know. Like people who have seizures. Why? Because it'll give them seizures. That's a medical issue. It's not like style, is it? It's like dyeing your hair blue. It's like dying.
There is a risk of seizure when taking Wellbutrin XL. This risk can increase, so don't use if you've had a seizure or eating disorder, or if you abruptly stop using alcohol or sedatives. Don't take with MAOIs or medicines that contain bupropion.
Look at this. They're trying to pass on all these terrible potential side effects while just watching this geezer knocking out a wok full of dinner.
With a nicotine patch alone, there is a risk of increased blood pressure, sometimes severe. To reduce risk of serious side effects, tell your doctor if you have liver or kidney problems.
It's also putting a lot of onus on you, and I suppose that's a lot of what prescribed pharmaceutical drugs do. They suggest that the individual is culpable for the problems that they're experiencing, preventing us from ever looking at the kind of social problems that lead people to be depressed.
It works for my depression with a low risk of sexual side effects.
Grinning from ear to ear about his low risk of sexual side effects. From across the panoply, all humanity, all genders, all races, just a low risk of sexual side effects and a lot of risk of equine fun.
Ask your doctor about once daily Wellbutrin XL.
All of this has come about, of course, because of the revelation that low serotonin isn't what causes depression, or at least there's no evidence that it is. That study comes from Joanna Moncrief. She's the lead author and professor of psychiatry at University College London, and she said, our view is that patients should not be told that depression is caused by low serotonin or by a chemical imbalance, and that they should not be led to believe that these antidepressants work by targeting these unproven abnormalities. Well, it's abnormal. It's not been proved. Let's proceed. She also added, we do not understand what antidepressants are doing to the brain exactly. Well, that's reassuring. We understand that they're causing seizures and that there's a low risk of losing your sex drive. And giving people this sort of misinformation prevents them from making an informed decision about whether to take antidepressants or not. Yeah, if you lie to people and tell them that antidepressants work, that might lead them to take antidepressants. And that also leads me to question whether or not there are other products that are being advanced and pushed across cultures and society at large that are unproven, without naming any particular drugs or substances that are made by the very same companies that in the past have made drugs that were addictive and marketed them at drug addicts, for example, or in the case of this little antidepressant, created what I consider to be a wonder drug, particularly if your main concern in life is making your little tin dolly work correctly.
Depression is a serious medical condition that can take so much out of you. I feel like I have to wind myself up just to get out of bed.
Firstly, I don't like that she's got a clockwork voodoo doll of herself that's so sort of down in the dumps like that. And the whole thing, I suppose, begs the question, well, if antidepressants don't work, why are they being marketed? Could there be any other reason?
Pristiq is a prescription medicine proven to treat depression. Pristiq is thought to work by affecting the levels of two chemicals in the brain.
No, it does work, and let's see how. Mostly it's by these little trumpet snouts coughing up pollen at one another.
Serotonin and norepinephrine.
You've got norepinephrine and you've got serotonin, and they're going up each other's little trumpet snouts, and you'll be right as rain in a fortnight. Put one of them up your bum every Monday, you'll have no problem. Your clockwork dolly will be singing in the rain.
Tell your doctor right away if your depression worsens.
Because we'd be glad of the information, because we ain't got a fucking clue what these things do. Why don't you tell us if the drugs are working? Why don't you tell us if there are any yellow card adverse events? And in 75 years, we'll get right back to you and tell you exactly what went on. Once we've made a profit and everyone involved in this terrible scam is dead. Talking about this story.
Or you have unusual changes in mood, behavior, or thoughts of suicide.
Yeah, that's a little bit depressing. I don't feel less depressed when I think about suicide. You, like, I've been a bit depressed lately. I'll get some of the old Pristiq down the gullet. Figure out suicide now, which is a step in the right direction. Just not going to mention this to you. It's probably nothing. The antidepressant drug market size exceeded 13.5 billion in 2020 and is anticipated to grow at over 7% between 2021 and 2027. I don't even know why I told you that, because that's irrelevant information. Just get rid of that. That's pointless. Why is that turned up? What, you think? Oh, I see. You thought that we used scant evidence to market a drug to make a profit. We invented that drug as a surprise present for your birthday, and you've ruined it. You're just like your father.
Antidepressants can increase suicidal thoughts and behaviors in children, teens, and young adults. Pristiq is not approved for children under 18.
Not yet, but we'll keep fucking pushing. We'll have them straight off the tit and onto the Pristiq by the time we've lobbied Congress hard enough. Financial contributions from the pharmaceutical industry have jumped in each presidential election cycle since 2012, reaching $90 million in 2020, a 170% increase from the previous decade. And again, another weird coincidence, don't even know what I'm telling you. 72 senators and 302 members of the House of Representatives received money from the pharmaceutical industry ahead of the 2020 election, 2/3 of Congress. But just because 2/3 of a vote in assembly received financial contributions from the pharmaceutical industry doesn't mean that they would, for example, let them market a drug that has no evidence that it's effective, even though it does seem that everything I've said is true.
Do not take Pristiq with MAOIs. Taking Pristiq with NSAID pain relievers, aspirin, or blood thinners may increase bleeding risk.
Got a lot of side effects to this Pristiq. I wonder who made it. Let's have a look. Pfizer. I've heard of them. They've been in the news lately. Oh, yeah, I remember them. They're really great guys. Really good here. I might get a tattoo of them, I think, somewhere on my body to celebrate them for all this work they're doing. Marketing Pristiq and getting a clockwork dolly in tip-top shape again. Pfizer contributed to 228 lawmakers and 1,000 individual candidates in state legislative races. Is there no end to their compassion and love for humanity? 1 minute they're making a lovely vaccine for the coronavirus. The next minute they're making this lovely Pristiq. Then they're giving money to Congress and the Senate. I mean, if Jesus was a pharmaceutical company, he'd be Pfizer. In financial disclosures filed last year, lawmakers reported holding tens of millions of dollars in pharmaceutical stocks. Congress continued to invest in these companies, even as it debated how to deal with rising drug prices. Pfizer is one of the most popular stocks in Congress, with 48 lawmakers placing their bet on the drug maker that hikes its prices each year, almost as if they know stuff's going to go well for Pfizer. Now, as you know, on this channel, we're not interested in conspiracy theories. We are interested in having a bit of a laugh, and we are interested in reporting facts. And nothing that I've said to you isn't true. And if that doesn't make you leap to conclusions in other areas, or at least ponder potential ideas about the good intentions of those industries, then you've got a bigger heart than I have. But be careful with that heart, because if you take enough prescribed medication, that little guy might give up, the evidence suggests.
Tell your doctor about all your medications, including those for migraine, to avoid a potentially life-threatening condition.
Also, how long are you going to look at that little bloody doll? I mean, all right, it's better now. Move on. 47 lawmakers reported investing in Johnson & Johnson, despite the drug makers' role in the devastating opioid epidemic. Not their fault, trying their hardest. And in 2020 alone, the pharmaceutical industry spent $6.5 billion on advertising. So I suppose the media then probably want to have a good relationship with Pfizer. Oh, what? You mean, what? Maybe the companies that give them a lot of money, they don't say things like, hey, where's the evidence that your products work? Your products are sponsoring this show. And that reminds me, this show is brought to you by oranges. Oranges have no negative side effects. And if you think there's anything wrong with this orange, then you're a conspiracy theorist. Oh, well, you think that I just say that the orange is good because they sponsor the show? You've got a very low opinion of me and a very low opinion of yourself. What you need is some bloody prestige. What do you mean it don't work and there's no evidence that it works? Do you want your clockwork dolly to get better or not? I'm not going to just stand by and let my clockwork dolly deteriorate just because you've got questions based on science and there's no evidence that low serotonin leads to depression, and people said that it did just so they could sell drugs, and that makes you question whether the whole pharmaceutical industry is perhaps inclined towards a little bit of impropriety in the pursuit of profit. If you do ask those kind of questions of yourself and of the world, then you're probably a conspiracy theorist. I'm not saying that those drugs don't work or that you shouldn't take any popular medicines that are being currently prescribed, suggested, and rather aggressively recommended. I'm saying that if you do have doubts, and those doubts were based on some of the information that we just told you, I don't think the right way to describe you as a conspiracy theorist is probably a person with a mind and with eyes who's able to assess data correctly, or at least to be circumspect about information. But that's just what I think. Let me know what you think. What you think is a lot more important, particularly if you're taking any of these antidepressants. If you enjoyed this video, have a look at either.
It's so sad, right? And then you can scream this from the top of your lungs and people are just going to say you crazy. It says, as evidence, this is the caption underneath Russell Brand's video. He says, as evidence emerges that counters what pharmaceutical companies have been telling us regarding the cause of depression, how much of trusting the science is about massive profits for pharmaceutical companies and the politicians they have in their pockets? Let me read some comments. It says, there's hardly anything more stupid and dangerous than putting important decisions in the hands of people who don't have to pay a price for being wrong. Another one, I had this conversation today. I'll condense it. I'm 48. I found out I suffer from depression in my late 20s. I had 3 separate doctors prescribe me antidepressants on 3 separate occasions. Each time it was a temporary fix. The final doctor I go to see, I ask if there is a tool I can add to my toolbox to help myself when it feels like wheels are coming off. This awesome doctor put me on an 8-week mindfulness course. I embraced it, and now I feel I have that tool in my toolbox. It's not a cure, but it's 100% better than just having pills thrown at the issue. Next comment. My job is to analyze trial results and help pharma submit applications to the FDA. I had a wake-up call about what this industry is driven by years ago. A well-known antidepressant was showing signs of causing suicidal ideation. The report showed 1 patient experiencing this, but as I dug into the data, it turned out to be 11. And the data listings also included one accidental fall from a hospital window. We asked that they update their tables to more accurately reflect events, and the company threatened to withhold payment for our work. I worked for a third-party small CRO. I was asked to complete my work as truthfully as possible, and then we dropped them as a client. Yes, it stayed on the market and became a treatment option for PTSD. As long as profit is on the table and it's possible to write off negative side effects as being related to the patient's underlying disease, there will always be conflict of interest and an avenue through which to skew the truth. This is people talking from their, experiences, and people still not going to believe it. They're so stuck. Whatever the media tells them, it's the damn commercial. Stop watching the damn commercial. It's fucking lying to you, man. And you're like, oh, the commercials don't affect me. The fuck out of here, man. Let me read another one. It says, I figured this out years ago when antidepressants kept giving me serotonin syndrome. Scary stuff. Turns out it was a combination of vitamin deficiency, mostly B12 and B6. Inflammation. There are over 200 studies connecting inflammation to mood disorders and gut issues. Probiotics, FTW. Also, it wasn't that I was depressed per se. It was that some people are really dumb and I wanted nothing to do with them. Totally different ball game. What's up, Pat?
What's the deal?
What's good, man? How you feel?
Everything good, man. At least I think so. No,
That's-
I'm good, man. How about yourself?
I can't complain. Another day above ground.
I hear that. I hear
Another
that.
day to go get it.
Yeah, man. Shoot, I would have been on a little while ago, but I was on the phone chatting with moms, and we be kicking it and talking about all kind of stuff. I like, man, I'm supposed to be on the show. So,
It's all good, man. I appreciate it anytime. I'm talking about right now is how they found out that the science was saying that depression was caused by low serotonin levels, and now they're saying that that's not the case. That it don't have nothing to do with your serotonin levels, but they marketed all these pharmaceuticals based on that, and they're still selling these same drugs right now today, even though they know, and it's based on the idea that serotonin will help you with that shit. And they're making a killing, billions of dollars every year.
well, I was having a conversation with my mom about that because I read these different articles and stuff because one of the things that I was listening, an article I read was this doctor. I forget his name right now, but he came up with or at least he had been playing with the idea of like people who have cancer, instead of giving them chemotherapy, you give them a high dose of vitamin C, which it does the opposite of what like small doses does, but it'll like highly oxygenate your cells, and then that extra oxygen kills off the free radical cells, and that's what he's been seeing through his different studies. And I'm like, well, my brother's supposed to be having surgery again because he's got some form of cancer or something that had been developing in his eye, and I was like, see, a lot of these doctors, they're gonna continue doing what makes them the most money, what they can build up more stuff for, instead of looking at something that's way simpler, something that's much more natural, or something that
what I've been wanting to do? I called the place and talked to these people about those oxygen. It's like a chamber. It's an oxygen chamber they put you in, and they oxygenate your body. It's like it's a therapy or whatever. But it's really expensive, and your insurance ain't gonna cover it. Your doctor's not gonna prescribe it, but you can do it on your own. You can get their doc. You have to see their doctor and go through the process, but you could do it. And I think and you can also order the thing. There's a machine that you can order, but it's dangerous though because But anyways, I think it's a good idea, and I think that they know this. So because, like I said, remember when they used to have those oxygen bars all around Houston? Damn it!
Oxygen what?
Those oxygen bars where you go around. It had flavored oxygen, and it was like the hookah bars. You go around and you pay for whatever. You pick the flavor.
I never had that. I vaguely remember something like that, but I never had a chance to try it.
They had them
Did
all
they-
over
did they
Houston.
outlaw it?
They outlawed it. They outlawed it. They said it has to be administered by a
Regu-
physician.
Oh wow.
So they went completely away. And then like I say, man, look at all of this stuff, and it's kind of like with the vapes. They're talking about the vapes are killing people and shit. A lot of people are getting the carts are dangerous. Those THC carts, but it's because of the heavy ass, the oil. It's bad for your lungs, but people are quitting smoking cigarettes and stuff like the vapes. The regular ones are helping a lot of people, but the media is saying that they're killing people. And it's like the same thing. Like I'm saying is like they're not telling you the truth about these things, and I done lost my train of thought.
Well, see, my whole purpose in all this is you have to study this stuff yourself. Like, if you are expecting to get the truth from mainstream media that is controlled by, you can just say, might as well say it's controlled by the government, the corporations. Like they're all pretty much telling us what they, how they want to guide us into making them richer. So like we really have to be careful about how we, interpret the information that they are giving us, because they're like all the corporations really run the government. So the corporations run the media. So the media is telling you, hey, you go and buy, these, this clothing and these shoes, and this is the cool thing now. Like they're always trying to tell you where they want you to go spend your money, every day. So like if you spend your time, or if you really trust them and believe in that system that way, then you're, I hate to call you a name, but you're just slave.
Yeah. So the oxygen bars was a healthy activity, and not only that, it was like healing people. I think that's what they realized. They're like, damn, hold up.
Well, see that, and that's the thing, because of, like with all of the things that they've been doing, in our society, yeah, we have we're down to like less than 10% of oxygen, where we should have, it might be like down to like 8% of what oxygen we actually get just standing outside getting what we call fresh air. Well, we should be much higher than that, I'm sure. If you get 100% oxygen, like you're high, because it's like it brings you a euphoria that you just won't feel, and it's oxygen, so it's like not bad for you. But if you get like 100% oxygen, like you're really gonna be like, I have friends that's had it where on the mask or whatever, through like just the 100% oxygen, and they're like, man, that was like almost like a trip, because their brain actually got the oxygen it needs, or like I don't know what.
Yeah, man. So what if people was doing that? Like they don't want people doing that. It's like, you want to drink alcohol, just go to the bar.
Crack.
You want to smoke
crack,
smoke cigarettes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You want to dope up with some heroin, but don't be sniffing oxygen. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's illegal.
Yeah. And I'm gonna make sure of it.
That's crazy, man. I want to read some more comments because this topic is pretty heavy right here. This one says,
which one is that?
We're talking about the serotonin, depression, pharmaceutical industry. I'm gonna read some more comments. It says, after the loss of my eldest son, it was suggested I take antidepressants. I didn't end up using them. My response was I didn't have a keen chemical imbalance. I was grieving. No pill was going to change what happened or bring my son back.
Yeah.
They just want to give you a pill for everything, man.
Well, I mean that's the thing. Like like we were just saying, like they want to sell you drugs. Like like that's a part of the $1 billion. Like, and then when like there's some people say that Sabi wasn't killed or whatever, and which might be true. Like I think it's some of his children are saying no, it was no foul play and this, that, and the other. Which okay, that's great. But there's other people that before Sabi that they have ran off into other countries or they actually killed because they were offering something natural that would be, that's unpatentable. So it's like if they can't get a hold to it and sell it, what was the guy the guy that bought that Wu Tang
Skrelly.
the one that had he has the some kind of pharmacopoeia that he owns.
Yeah, Skrelly. It was an HIV drug, an old HIV drug. Anyways, what are you saying?
Like they 10 times the amount that it was.
Yeah.
Like he bought, and it's just like, bro, like how you know what I'm saying? Like humanity means nothing to
To these people.
Anybody.
And see, they took him to jail, but it's really he said when in the trial, he was like, this is common practice, and it is. But they took him to jail, they made him an example. Yeah, because he was drawing attention to it.
But how many people did they use? I mean, how many people did they not touch?
Nobody else.
Come
just
with
him.
any other kind. Look,
and everybody.
I'm sure they were mad. They were mad at Trump because he was like, "Hey, no, we're gonna see if we can get some good medication from Canada. We'll see if we can get some good medication from South America, or whoever's got good pricing, and that way, we don't have to charge so much for insurance." And he was the enemy, like that, and that's a part of people forget these different things that was our worst. I'm in quotes, quote unquote, our worst president ever was trying to do, but they were because it was going to affect a lot of the bottom lines of some of these companies because they were able to charge what they wanted to. He was trying to make competition in the marketplace where okay, there's somebody over here charging $2 a pill where you're charging 15. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I want to come back around to Trump but let me read some more comments. It says, I read an article on this 3 weeks ago. I felt so stupid. I've been prescribed antidepressants since my first child was born in 1997. I stopped taking them after reading the article and I feel no difference. I still feel great. Looking back over my life, I wasn't depressed. I had made bad choices in life. I had no parental guidance throughout life, so I wasn't depressed. I was uneducated in life.
Yes, and that plays a big part for all of us because I mean, whether we grow up with our parents or not, we do have to. We still got to live this life and put the best way in one way or the other. And I mean, this is something that I guess I've been into lately is grounding because, like you said, when you're talking about depression, like some of the stuff that I've been reading, the different articles, some videos and stuff that I watch, like some of the things that we may not really pay that much attention to is that our disconnection from nature.
Yeah.
So like we're electrical beings, and if we're not grounding, those electrical circuits can go haywire, and you're not, recalibrating yourself or rebalancing, your cells and things because if you just only got electric, stuff or maybe you're not getting enough electric, but still in all the grounding, being able to have some connection to Earth.
Yeah.
Being an earthling, we need to have our connection to Earth. So we got to really like medication and all these other things we're seeking, where we might be just need to take a walk with our
Right.
shoes off.
Right. They telling these people that they're sick when they're not sick at all.
Yeah.
Like not sick at all. Like you had a family member that just passed away and you're kind of sad about it. Oh, well, we
Yeah.
got some drugs for that. Right.
Exactly.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, I went to my doctor asking for mild sleeping tablets as had just gone through bad breakup. She looked at me and said, you must be depressed. I said, no, just tired. She insisted I needed antidepressants. I got the prescription, took one tablet, felt weird, so I threw them in the bin. I slept well that night and never saw the doctor again.
Yeah. Because that's like a bad date, bro. Like some of these doctors really like they really do want to just sell, like they trying to get their numbers up. They get bonuses for the more drugs they sell or the prescriptions that they write. So, you know, they get a cut. So they can diagnose you without even really asking you the questions that's necessary to truly come to the conclusion that they do within just a whim. So like these people, like, and you know what I'm saying, like I said, going to some of these doctors is like going on a bad date.
Sad. And it's so many of them though. It's like a whole bunch of bad dates. Let me read some more. It says, Russell, thank you for covering this. As someone who suffers from PFS, post-Finisterre syndrome, which is similar to PSSD, post-SSRI sexual dysfunction, I can tell you firsthand that these drugs cause devastating, persistent side effects, which often lead directly to suicide. These symptoms include anhedonia, inability to feel love, joy, or happiness, muscle wastage, skin thinning, insomnia, brain zapping, and cognitive dysfunction. It is essential that society helps those who have been so damaged by drugs we were told were safe by doctors. Thank you. Damn. He said the symptoms include anhedonia, inability to feel love, joy, or happiness, muscle wastage, skin thinning, insomnia, brain zapping. What is brain zapping? And cognitive dysfunction. Whew. That's enough for me to
that sounds serious. That sounds like some serious shit. But you know what? I would want to diagnose, like my diagnosis, and what I would want to write a script for.
What?
Get a hug. When was
Telling
the last time
you.
when was the last time you got a hug?
Yeah, man. The doctor say you just need to get laid.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what? You need to really, you know, look, you might need to let some of that pressure off, you know, if you know what I'm saying. You know?
Dr. Polly never tell you that. Never in a million years. Let me read some more.
But no, honestly, it's probably, I mean, because really it's the opposite. You probably should have semen retention in order to really like relieve some of these stresses too. Because I mean, a lot of the stuff that you're releasing can, you can cause you pain. But like I said, a hug. You know what I'm saying? Just a good, just sit back and talk to somebody, a friend. Like, just, I don't know. Like, it's a lot of these things could be a lot simpler, I believe. Like, I mean, we're so caught up on this current system and the way it operates, and you feel it's supposed to be normal, but it's so abnormal. Like, until you really step outside of it and look at so many different things, you really get to see it that no, this is not ideal.
And if you listen to your body, because and then the doctors know a lot, but they can't really just tell you your body. You know your body better than anybody else. Period.
Well, you know what? I think getting a balance, like before you just go, because I mean, why? Because like I don't even really have a regular I have health insurance, but I don't even have like a real doctor. Like, but I have for my naturopathic, I do. like, I mean, of course, I get advised by, my Dr. Shearer, and Dr. He's the, head of all of our medical association. So, I mean, of course, she's underneath him. But like, there's certain things like, okay, maybe an emergency, yeah, you go and deal with, the hospital or whatever. But if you really being, you know, keeping an eye on yourself when you feel different things and this, that, and the other, and you talk it over with your naturopathic doctor, they can suggest minerals, natural things that can help you get yourself back in balance. So I would say, like, everybody try to find them a naturopathic doctor, and at least get some counseling or something through them, because that'll probably help you out a lot more than going to one of these doctors where, shoot, the pharmaceuticals are going to mess up your liver at some point. So I don't know.
I want to read a couple more comments and then I want to go to Trump. It says this was a false conclusion reached by the pharmaceutical companies back in the 80s. Dr. Peter Breggin is a psychiatrist who has fought against psychiatric drug use in psychiatry and has written books on this for decades. He is a hero, and only now people are realizing he's been right all along. Another one. I still remember the look of disgust on a doctor's face when he pushed an antidepressant on me and I refused it. What a jerk. I had a digestive disorder that was hard to deal with. I was not depressed. I had a previous doctor prescribe protein pump inhibitors for my digestive problems. They ruined my stomach. I have had chronically low kidney function. Not one doctor referred me to a nephrologist. I again had to figure that out myself. My dad was a doctor, and he always told us kids, stay away from doctors and hospitals as much as you can. If war is a racket, today's medicine is legalized torture and extortion. Damn. Did a doctor said that? Let me read one more comment and I'll move on. It says, about 5 years ago, my then 81-year-old father had claustrophobia-induced freakout during an MRI in the hospital following a stroke. The trauma of that experience ultimately led the attending physician to prescribe anti-anxiety medication upon my father's release from the hospital a number of weeks later. Within days, my father, who had never taken a psychotropic medication in his life and had always been an upbeat type, was reporting a very black feeling. What the hell is black feeling?
Boy.
And talking like a zombie, a completely different person. At that point, the doctor saw fit to add an antidepressant to the anti-anxiety medication. For months, my father's mood continued to deteriorate, and he essentially seemed to become another person, and a very flat effect and no desire to do anything anymore. His wife, my stepmother, kept linking the whole mess back to the traumatic episode in the hospital and was focused on trying to figure out with my dad's doctor what other medications should be added to the cocktail. As someone who has lived for years in Europe and doesn't know anyone who takes antidepressants, tranquilizers, ADHD meds, or any other psychotropic drugs that virtually everyone seems to be on in the U.S., I began to strongly and repeatedly urge that all my father's psychotropic meds be suspended. I remember my urging being met by my other relatives not so much with resistance as surprise at my suggestion that he simply not take any psychotropic drugs at all, as if it was a foolhardy course to take. Fortunately, my stepmother decided to give my suggestion a try. I don't know the ins and outs of how it was handled, but my father came off all the meds and for some years now has been back to his old self. I honestly thought we had lost him. Americans will be surprised at how the other 95% of the world population gets by without treating the various and sundry syndromes, chemically imbalances, so on they are automatically used to treating. Basically, he's saying they don't, over here, they got us all on drugs. And anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure an outsider would assume that everybody's on some kind of drugs. And I mean, for the most part, it probably is true. I mean, because even if it's not pharmacopoeia, there's a lot of
self-medications going on. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never been like a big like, especially like over the counter. I mean, not like pharma, pharmaceuticals and shit like that. I've never really been down with that, but you know, not to say that I'm I mean, nowadays I don't use anything, but I have in the past. So you know, can't act like I'm above.
New developments this
Let's go on to Trump. Let me play this. I'm sure you've seen all this.
midday in that unprecedented FBI raid of former President Donald Trump's main home in Florida. ABC News has learned that this isn't the first time federal agents visited that estate. ABC's Faith Abube has the latest.
An extraordinary and unprecedented scene at former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago property in Florida. FBI agents Monday executing a court-authorized warrant at the former president's private residence. Trump and his family were not at the home during the raid. His son, Eric Trump, on Fox News.
30 FBI agents, actually more than that, descend on Mar-a-Lago, give absolutely, no notice, go through the gate, start ransacking an office.
Trump himself seen in New York ignoring shouted questions, but confirming the raid in a statement saying his property was under siege and that the agents even broke into his safe. Sources tell ABC News the raid is part of the investigation into allegations Trump improperly removed presidential documents, including classified material from the White House when he left office, a possible violation of federal laws. The National Archives referred the case to the Justice Department after retrieving 15 boxes of material from the Mar-a-Lago residence in January, some of the documents allegedly torn up. Trump and his top Republican allies, furious about the FBI raid, without evidence, accusing the DOJ of being weaponized, even though Trump appointed the current FBI director.
That is to try to politically harm and intimidate their political opponents. That's what this is all about.
Legal experts say before receiving approval for the search warrant, FBI agents would have had to prove to a federal judge there's probable cause a crime or crimes had been committed and that evidence was in the home.
To send this kind of FBI team to the former president's home, there has to be something more than just a Presidential Records Act violation. They have to know something that we don't know about yet.
And both.
What you think? I'm sure you heard about this. This is the news cycle right now.
I know, man. It's just it's really crazy. I mean, and I didn't hear this actual thing because I mean, it's sparking thoughts as I listen. It's just like, what if there is because I mean, like, there's things that that I'm sure that's going on with Biden that we're not gonna hear about, that we might have heard more about if Trump was still president. Because I know, that whole draining the swamp thing was, supposed to still be a thing. The QAnon stuff, like, they were all working on that. I don't know what direction, but it's obviously something. Like, it's a war between these, I guess you can call them politicians. Really, I say it's a lot of Democrat against Republican war going on that's not really being spoken about. But I don't know. I mean, if it's something that he did that we don't know about, and we need to know about, hey, reveal it. But, at the same time, when things get revealed about them, I don't want people to be, what their panties in a bunch and like, oh, I can't believe they did that. They went to his home. But they got a whole island. Like they're probably like their shit is so corrupt. They gotta go have an island that nobody has the right to just come on. How about that?
Yeah. I think it just shows a reflection of how divided the country is. This thing that happened is, it's political, yes, but it's over politicized. You get what I'm saying? Like, everybody's choosing their side regardless. Like, they don't care about what the facts are or what happened.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, in most cases, what politics you like, probably gonna be like, hell yeah, like, yeah, they go get that fuck lock him up, lock him up, lock him up. And then, you know, there's others that might they might be really sparking a fire in some people, because if they, you know, he's saying like these people from 1-6-20, you know, if they didn't do what they was meant to do, then shoot, maybe they you know, some of these things that's happening now might spark them to do something later. But I don't know, man. This, you know, there's no doubt that the country is separated. I mean, they keep finding, like, at one point it used to be just a few things to separate people. You know, now it's 100. So
Yeah, every news story is divisive. You know.
yeah.
Let me read the caption underneath the video. It says, the FBI searched Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate as part of an investigation into whether he took classified records from the White House to his Florida residence. People familiar with the matter said a dramatic and unprecedented escalation of law enforcement scrutiny of the former president. It is unprecedented. So that's what's interesting about this. That's what makes it an actual story.
Well, you see, and the thing about it is the people in power, like, this is like, they don't respect their own laws, because before, like, you know, you can't put a sitting, well, they say sitting president, but like there's presidents that have sat and are gone that are doing has done criminal acts, like like real serious war crimes, that they're not gonna say anything to. So like, I'm just wondering, like, you know, what's the, and they all own their own different parties. So I guess it's really a friend, like this buddy crew, because no matter what anybody says, you know, even though Bush was a Republican, he's really friendly with a lot of the Democratic people, you know, other presidents. So
yeah,
we
Let me read
gotta, you know.
the
Go
other
ahead.
part of the caption. It says, Trump disclosed the search in a lengthy statement, asserted that agents had opened a safe at his home and described their work as unannounced raid that he likened to prosecutorial misconduct. He was in New York planning to meet later Tuesday at his Bedminster, New Jersey club with members of the Republican Study Committee, a group headed by Representative Jim Banks of Indiana that says it is committed to putting forth his priorities in Congress. I don't know what that means.
I don't know, but I don't get that either. But one of the things that this, you know, reeks of to me is like, okay, like even with the whole what's his the committee to the January 6th committee to, you know, pretty much tell everybody, you know, what happened and this and that and the other. Like, I really like, and they said in the beginning, like, their intentions was not to arrest anybody or convict anybody, you know, or Trump or anything like this, but as throwing as much mud as they can, because when it comes to you know, because I think that their biggest fear is to run against Trump again when it comes to 2024. Like, that's their biggest fear. Like, for them to be spending as much money as they are to go through all these processes, like, if they don't pull up anything, if they don't prove anything, with this whole everything that they're doing, the FBI, this, that, and, like, they really need to come out and say, this happened, this is what we found, this is this, and this is that. Like, if they don't, like, it's like this, you're gonna really have a big portion of the country, maybe the world, but definitely in this country, that's gonna be really upset about you know, all these things they're doing. I mean, you know, there's some of them, it don't matter what Trump does, they don't give a shit. They want they boy back in office, and, you know, they coming up with their own ideas of what's happening. So, like, if this is some real shit, they need to put it out in the open just like how they're saying how they went into his house, they got it on the news. They need to come. They need to come out and say, "Hey, this is what we found. This is what your president did. This is whatever." Blah 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 blah. So,
But it's a political cloud around the whole thing. So even at the end of the day, you can't even know what's true and what's not, what's real and what's not, whose motivations is what.
well, and that's the thing. I mean, especially here in America, I don't. I mean, I'm sure in most countries, like because you are the president, and there's so many sensitive things that happens worldwide that I mean, you're gonna touch things that like have to deal with situations that is real ugly, and regardless, making a decision on it one way or the other, like it's really not good to criminalize the president for said things. I
That's why
mean,
this is kind of unprecedented, but he's not the president no more. So maybe that's
what
why. And what I was saying earlier was if he announced his campaign, that would kill it. Because I don't think they could get him while he's running for president.
well, I mean, I've heard some of his stuff is on the trail of his like the different little like I don't know. I heard him speaking on something somewhere, and he's playing it down as if he, if the big if he did run, whatever, blah blah blah.
But that's what
So
that's what they do. And I mean, I'm sure he's gonna run. Like everybody knows. I mean, like he's gonna run. He's gonna run. And but is he gonna win? I don't know. So I was thinking about this. I was thinking, what if one of the other Republicans won? Because I think it is gonna swing back to the Republicans this time. What if it's DeSantis or Abbott or somebody else?
well,
And,
and I've been on some different discussions where they're discussing, is it a good thing for DeSantis or even Abbott to even run, because I mean the positions that they're playing in those different states, if because like there's certain people who are running that that's on a different totally different mind wave, like can really screw up that state and send it to a different direction. So, and which I don't think they really like. It'll be worse off for the country if certain states lose the power that they have or the direction that they have.
well, they
So
always get to if you get to a point. If you win, that's how shit. There's a few that happened this way. George W. Bush, he appointed freak. I can't think of his name right now. Start with a P. It's on the tip of my tongue. And he ended up being the governor after that. He ran because when you're an incumbent, it's always easier. Your name is on the ballot already. You got the big R up under you. They're gonna vote for you. So he became the governor. He was appointed governor because he was lieutenant governor. He got appointed governor, and then the next cycle he ran and won, and he stayed in there forever. And then that has happened a few times, and that's what will happen in those situations with Abbott and DeSantis. I would say most likely
yeah,
because they're gonna, the R underneath them is what matters. The name is gonna be whatever. So,
yeah,
but what I was thinking was, what if he didn't win? And so, but the Republican Party nodded for him and helped him out and gonna put him in the cabinet. And what if they made him Secretary of State? What do you think about that? What do you think of Donald Trump as Secretary of State of the United States in the next cycle? What do you think that would look like? Do you think it would be a good thing?
well, all right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting rid of the fuel. I had to change my status, but you know, I don't, that would be, but with see, I don't know, I don't know. I think it's too late for that. Like, I mean, if he had maybe done that before, like him, his diplomacy status, I think, is more so set at president. I mean, I think that yeah, he could probably get a lot done as a Secretary of State, but for one, his ego, I don't think will allow him Now, I mean, if politically, somebody actually, get in and hire, like I mean, put him in as Secretary of State. I mean, I think he could do a great job because, like I said, I mean, on the global scale, he deals with these different leaders in a way that a lot of people don't really have the skills to do or the right kind of
And that's what I was
stance.
saying. I agree with you. I think he would actually be a really good Secretary of State, and I think it would be really good for the United States. I think he would be better in that position than president, I think. The more I think about it. Yeah, but it would be weird. Would he take it? It's like if he lost it and then DeSantis or whoever
It
won.
would have to be his idea.
But
It's
look,
like, all right, you know what? We're having an issue with like I don't know, like me going for president, blah blah blah. Like he would have to be at the head of it, saying, all right, look, this is the game plan. You run, we endorse you, we do this, we do that, and we put the money to get you in. But when you get in and you develop in your cabinet, this is my position. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, totally. That's exactly how I think it would go. I'm saying though, I think that because of this FBI situation, that would behoove him to be in the administration some kind of way because that would dodge this case.
well,
If
you
there
see
is a
the thing
case.
the thing about it is the people who vote for him are still keeping up with him, with the things that he's doing and what's on his mind. Like he's still like he's touring. He's all over the country, bro. Like,
Yeah,
so I mean,
he's campaigning already.
the only people who won't be up to date with what's going on is the people who like, oh, the Republicans, I don't even want to hear what they got to say. You know what I'm saying? Like those type of people that don't really have a balanced thought are going to be the ones that's going to miss out on what's really, a lot of, the updates and what happened here, what happened there. Because Trump, he telling everybody exactly what the fuck going on. You know what I'm saying? Like he can't wait to tell a motherfucker, what they came up with. I mean that, and see that's what's been the biggest problem is that for the rest of a lot of these different politicians is that he's too, he'll tell you what's on his mind right then and there. They used to somebody who's gonna lie to the people and then hush hush, with kind of whisper amongst each other.
Yeah.
So
I just think it's the perfect ass news story, especially for right now with the climate of the United States, like the political climate in the United States. It's the perfect news story because it's so divisive. Okay, we just rolled off of the Roe versus Wade. I was talking about the damn COVID and wearing masks.
Yeah, but and that's the thing. I mean, the more distractions, the better. And like that's what I, when I was talking to my mom earlier, that was one of the things I was like, look, this, these people, like they always got some kind of design to try to keep you away from getting the real truth. Because if you get the truth, like they don't really stand a chance. Like they have to keep you focused your mind somewhere else, or have you afraid of what's gonna happen, in the next scenario. Like that's the only way they can win. Is if you are they telling you this, that, and the third, but you're getting maybe 2/3 of the information. Whereas if you was getting all of the information or the other side of it, if you got whatever they're gonna tell you, and then you listen to what other people have to say, that might have a differing, opinion or viewpoint, and then you judge from hearing both sides, you gonna see it. You got to see it different.
They don't want that. They want everybody to be in their bubble and dogmatic and like I'm straight left or I'm straight conservative. And then they feel attacked when, somebody asks them a question from the other side or whatever. It's like, and then it devolves into an argument and we never move forward.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the IRS, and I also want to talk about free will before we go today.
Iris.
Yeah,
Iris
man.
is coming for you, man. Iris
Yes.
is coming for your
So you
ass.
heard about it? Yeah, you heard about it, huh?
Yeah, they've been talking about
Work.
this for a while now.
Yeah.
But it's actually passed. Like the bill is passed, the money is coming. They gonna hire 90. Well, I say 90,000, but it's supposed to be like 87,000 new IRS agents. New, not This is addition to what's already there.
Right.
So
Right. They coming for the regular folks. They coming for you and me. They coming for whoever make money on the side.
They not coming for me.
And then they was like, "Oh, we're not gonna go after people that make less than 400,000 a year."
Yeah. I see. I don't believe in funding a system that's against me, so I don't.
I feel you. You're in a privileged ass position right there. Let me play this.
No, it's not privileged. Anybody can do it. Yeah. Well, I say anybody, but I guess anybody can do it. You figure out the right way, but there's a set. For some of us, it's set up for us to utilize. And if you don't,
it sounds like privilege. Let me play this.
All right, the IRS expansion is 100% about going after middle-income America, gig economy workers, not wealthy Americans or corporations. And today we're going to prove that. They've been giving us a lot of lip service lately, but we've got the receipts and we're going to show them today. So first of all, as you may have heard, Democrat economic package, the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, gives the IRS nearly $80 billion over the next 10 years to hire 87,000 new IRS agents. Now, many in the left media are cheering this on and saying, yay, farewell, years-long GOP effort to help the wealthy not pay taxes. This is a huge win. I'm seeing this all over social media, people saying this is going to finally go after corporations and wealthy Americans. Democrats have been promising this, and now they're living up to those promises. But let's go ahead and break down where that money is actually going, because many Americans I'm seeing on social media are saying, well, okay, they're getting $80 billion, but it's not really for enforcement. They're going to hire agents so that when we make phone calls, we get a live person faster. We're going to get our tax returns quicker. This is going to be a good thing for the average American, that the IRS is going to modernize and expand, and it's going to be more user friendly. I'm seeing that on social media and also just in the actual media. But let's look at the actual breakdown. Now, this right here comes from the Congressional Research Service, and they show where the money is specifically set to go. So if you look at this, the first category is enforcement, then operations support, then taxpayer services, then business systems, modernization of the business systems. And the yellow is what the IRS is spending right now, and the blue is what they're projected to spend once they get all of this money. Now, if you look at the business systems, you will see that the increase to modernize is $5 billion. So it's a 15% increase over what they're doing now. That amounts to $5 billion extra dollars. When you look at the taxpayer services, that would be you calling up and getting an actual live person. That is.
I have to make a correction to what she just said, because that first one where business systems modernization, you can see on the chart, it says 153% increase, which her point is that it is 153% increase, but this is small potatoes because it's 3.1 billion to 7.8 billion. The change is really not that much. You know what I'm saying? Well, when you got on the other end, it's much higher. Like on enforcement, it goes from 66 billion to 111 billion, which is 69% increase. So that's not as much as that increase on the modernized systems, but the amount of money that's being spent on it is what is the point. You know what I'm saying? Like it came out wrong the way she was saying it, but she still has a good point, because it's the amount of money. We're talking about 111.7 billion used for enforcement, 111 billion 0.7 used for enforcement versus 7.8 used for business systems modernization. So that's the money spent on maybe helping you get maybe a person or maybe your phone, maybe your taxes being processed more better. You know what I'm
See,
saying?
but look, I'm gonna tell you, this is the type of stuff I want people to remember because, you know, of course, it could be either party, but you remember, like right now during this time in our life, that this is the party who's deciding to try to rape you with your clothes on or off. Like they, they're spending money. They're spending money we don't have to try to enforce something on the people where these like you are like if you're an American citizen and they just spent I don't know how many billions of dollars to fight a war for somebody on the other side of the world, that you know they're continually losing, that they could have fixed in the beginning of it all with a conversation, but they chose not to. They send money to Israel and all these other places to kill people that been living there for like whatever thing you want to pick. Where they're you know they're spending this money to pick on you. They're taking your money to pick on you to try to get more
Rob
money
you of
out
some
of you.
extort you of some more money. They're using your money to extort your ass more.
In the eyes of the law of what this is what they're going. This is what they're telling you. Like you know, in the righteousness of you know what's right for America, but they're not going to tax you know the corporations that's making billions of dollars of your money. You know that you're keeping alive. You know like they exist because you know you go to you know spend money with them every week and you know they don't have any have to pay you know they don't have any stake in you know you know rebuilding America or trying to give
That's why it's such a fucking rip, because everybody knows that the corporations, really wealthy people are dodging the taxes. The majority of the money is coming from regular folks who going about their day. You know,
yeah
the amount each person is paying is maybe not a lot, but altogether that's a lot, and that's really the whole bulk of what's being. So how your streets get built, how your freeways and shit get built, that's you, because these rich
well
people, the
look
corporation is not paying them taxes.
no well look let me throw this in here while we talking about the IRS like how about this the extension on the PPP investigations where you know they were supposed to investigate up to 2 years now they extended it to 10 so anybody who has you know that took money from or got money through the PPP that you know during a tough time regardless of what's going on with your business like all the COVID stuff and they were giving out these PPP loans you know they're coming after those people as well to
Somebody
make
just got it
different
recently. Somebody just got a case recently. I saw that. It went down my timeline, and it was an old PPP loan, and they just now got him.
yeah well and but I mean this is something where like you got somebody that you know well, you know what? I'm gonna leave my opinion out of it because I mean, you know, of course, the way I see it, but there's definitely a group of people that is not for your rise. Like they're actually trying to diminish you. Like the middle class, if we really ever had one, they're trying to demolish it. Because I mean, I would say that you know there is a middle class. Because I mean, if there's any, because I mean, really, they're saying like 400,000. We'll go back to this IRS talk. It's not supposed to touch anybody that's making less than 400,000 a year. But like, what percentage of people really make that amount of money?
Exactly. That's so that's the majority of Americans make less than 400,000. Like
No,
overwhelming 90, probably 90 something percent.
yeah, I would definitely say 80 to 85% of people make less than that. So, but what I'm saying is the whole idea, like they're gonna spend $80 billion to go after the top 10%, or because they're not going for the top 1%. So the people that's in the 15 to 20% you know position, like it doesn't add up. Like
Don't add up. It don't even make sense.
87,000 IRS workers to go after 10% of the people.
It really shouldn't be that hard. Shouldn't even cost that much. And what she's going to argue, I don't know if it was her. I think it is her. Yeah, she's going to argue that if they really wanted to do something about it, just change the tax code. They don't even have to do this. And that will cost nothing. All they got to do is enforce the laws that are on the books. Collect the money from these people who are dodging their taxes. It's super simple. Let me play some more of her video, though.
$3 billion extra dollars in that, in increasing that. That's only a 9% increase over what they've got now. Now, they do intend on doing about a 53% increase in operations support. So that's probably doing a lot of paperwork, a lot of really boring tax paperwork. That is an additional $25 billion. And enforcement, the actual agents that are going to shake us down, they're going to be increasing that budget by nearly 70%. So that's where the bulk of the money is going, 70% of it, $45 billion extra dollars in enforcement. That's the breakdown. So if anyone says, oh, no, this is just going to make it easier for you to get your tax return, and when you call the IRS, you're going to get a live human being. No, look, the bulk of this money is going towards enforcement. So they're going to shake down people. Now, they claim that they're going to be shaking down only the wealthiest Americans and corporations. Watch this.
One more about the Inflation Reduction Act. Who around here decided that Americans were crying out for more interaction with the IRS?
I don't understand your question. You have to say more.
Do you think it's going to be popular when the 87,000 new employees hired by the IRS go around and start auditing people to pay for the Inflation Reduction Act?
So it's very clear. The IRS commissioner was very clear on this. He said that on the record that this will only apply to those earning over $400,000. The commissioner said, and I quote, "These resources are absolutely not about increasing audit scrutiny on small businesses or middle income Americans, as we have been planning our investment of these enforcement resources is designed around Treasury directive that audit rates will not rise relative to recent years for households making under $400,000. So this is focus on those who are corporate wealthy tax cheats that Republicans, congressional Republicans want.
Her job is so hard. I ain't gonna lie, that is a hard job because it doesn't matter. Her job is to defend the White House, so it's like she got to make it sound good. She got to spin it. That's her job.
I know, but she's not answering the damn question. Like the question was, who is really asking for more presence from the IRS? Like who's asking for that? Like what like the American people are asking for so many other things.
We can't give you all that, but we will give you more IRS people.
Yeah, like there's there's a lot of people that's with homes. That's like, hey, we're gonna spend some of this money. Let's spend it on the homeless. Let's spend it on like let's get our farms back intact, and so we can do like. There's so many different things that we could be doing with this $80 billion that. When we're talking about like targeting Americans, that it's ridiculous. Like, I mean, that's why it's so shameful that
it's
and you
can
say,
it's a shit in the face.
Yeah, but no matter there's gonna be a group of people that no matter how much evidence you give them, they're gonna go and try to vote for the same person or somebody who's in the same group. That's implementing these type of things because one thing that like some I don't have my my times trying to defend this group of people, and then when you really look at the actual policies that these people pass, or like that the ones that they want to pass and try to pass, and then the ones that they actually get passed. Like when you really look back and forth at who's what efforts are given towards whatever it is, like to me is a resounding like it's really just like it's hard for me to just not be like angry with especially one, Because I mean, no matter how much they talk about Trump, he wasn't doing like things, especially like how they talk about black people, his races and stuff. Like he didn't do anything. He didn't write any policies that harmed you. Like, you know, maybe him and his good old boys might talk shit and call you nigger, but you know, he's not writing writing bills and laws that's gonna harm you for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Like somebody who's actually, you know, in office now. So I mean, go ahead.
Wanted to defend. That's who they wanted to defend. They wanted to defend those corporate tax cheats. This is not about that. This is not about folks who make less than $400,000.
So no new audits on anybody making under $400,000
No.
a year.
Very clear. No.
Okay, so then Mike Crapo, the senator of Idaho, says prove it. He proposed an amendment. It's called the Crapo Amendment. It's prohibiting the use of additional IRS funding to audit taxpayers with taxable income under $400,000. So the senator says, all right, put your money where your mouth is. You guys claim up and down, you swear up and down, you promise that this will not increase the audit rate for people making under $400,000. That means, you know, of course, there are people being audited now who make less than that. It's a certain rate, a certain percentage of the total audits is focused on people in that income bracket. What Mike Crapo said was, don't increase the rate. So obviously the population will increase. So the sheer number of those audits will go up as the population increases, but the rate should stay the same. You will not increase the rate of going after Americans making under $400,000. That was an amendment proposed to the legislation. It failed. Democrats, every single one of them voted against that amendment, and every Republican voted for it. So you've now got Democrats swearing to us, promising in these press conferences and in their social media accounts, promising us that this will not be going after Americans making under 400 grand, but instead only going after wealthy Americans and corporations. Senator Mike Crapo says, put your money where your mouth is. And they said, okay, no, we don't want to promise. We don't want to really promise. We're just going to give lip service to the American people. But then when it comes down to actually promising it in writing, forget it. We don't want to do that. So it failed. Now, here's the bottom line.
Come right back.
The reason why this money will obviously, and all of these 87,000 new agents will obviously be targeting the gig economy, middle-class America, is because wealthy Americans and corporations have teams of tax attorneys, accountants, wealth management. They do their tax evasion legally. Everything they do is legal. That has been proven. ProPublica actually did an entire investigation on this. If you remember, the secret IRS files trove of never-before-seen records reveal how the wealthiest avoid income tax. And what they go on to say is, taken together, it demolishes the cornerstone myth of the American tax system, that everyone pays their fair share and the richest Americans pay the most. The IRS records show that the wealthiest can perfectly legally pay income taxes that are only a tiny fraction of the hundreds of millions, if not billions, their fortunes grow each year. They looked through and figured out how ProPublica obtained in this investigation a vast trove of IRS data on tax returns of thousands of the nation's wealthiest people, covering more than 15 years. They looked at the financial lives of American titans, it says here in their article, including Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, Rupert Murdoch, and Mark Zuckerberg. And it shows not just their income and taxes, but also their investments, stock trades, gambling winnings, and even the results of audits. And they found everything was legal. These guys are not paying their fair share, and it's because the system is rigged in their favor. That is also because most of the people in Congress, or many I should say, are extremely wealthy individuals themselves. Nancy Pelosi, Mitt Romney, the list goes on. Ultra wealthy Americans are running our government. So of course, they're giving us lip service by saying, we're going to hire all these new agents, but don't worry, they're going after corporations and wealthy Americans. Those ultra wealthy Americans sitting in Congress know that everything is being done legally. They know that these corporations and wealthy Americans are just using.
If the IRS was going after people making more than 400,000, it'd be a lot of Congress people probably be on that list.
The system that was given to them. They're not cheating. They've been given an unfair hand. That is the reality of it. So if they really truly wanted to go after wealthy Americans and corporations, what they would do is change the tax law. That's what they would do. They wouldn't start going and shaking down average Americans in the gig economy. And they've already shown us their hand, right? We've already seen that this is actually about.
I was distracted for a second. I don't know if she said it already, but the part about Zelle, and I don't know, it wasn't Cash App, but so like really basically like, so people who making money on the side, if they use Zelle or if they get like deposits into their account and it's more than like, what did they say, $600, then boom, they got to fill out a tax form and explain where the money came from and pay taxes on that shit. So that's one of the things that they're doing. So it's like, I was thinking about it while I was driving and I was like, okay, so look, they legalized marijuana, but they still know a lot of people are going to be selling it on the side. So like, it's another way, like you can't get them that way. So you get them another way, right? So they're going to be deposited. They're going to be using Cash App or Zelle or whatever. They're going to be depositing money in their banks. And they're going to be like, okay, well, look, how'd you make this money? You know what I'm saying? And since you didn't disclose, then you got to pay like 50% penalty. We're gonna take half of that $600. How about that? Since you didn't disclose where you got it from or whatever. You didn't fill out the proper tax forms. Or better yet, we're just gonna lock your ass up.
Yeah. I don't know. Look, when they came out with that whole thing, that was something that they knew, like people were saying then when they came up with that whole $600 thing. Like, okay, if you're talking about looking, the rich people, like, why is it not $6,000?
Right.
If you're really trying to go after the rich. So that's, because see, really, like, the cold word is that we are the rich. We are the rich people. Like, we're the ones who spend the most money in the country. We're the ones. So we're the rich of those people, but they are the ones that collect and got cash heaps of it. So the people really are supposed to be the rich ones of them all. But yeah, when we come talking about 400,000 a year, like, if I'm not mistaken, every senator and all, like, that's what their salaries are. Like, some of them might be around 275 or something like that, but I think for the most part, like, their actual salary is probably, I think, 400,000.
Well, they make money on the side different ways, so almost all.
Yeah,
of it.
you talk about, look at Pelosi and like her husband, like, because they in the position they're in, they know what's gonna get passed, what's not gonna get passed, what's gonna get funded, what's not. They know, like, what to put their money in, and then bam, just we were just so lucky. Yeah, okay.
And this one part of this that really pisses me off, and I haven't mentioned it yet, but I mentioned it earlier at the beginning of the show, but the freaking insulin. So they were going to put a cap on the amount that you could charge people for insulin. That's one part that got taken out of the thing, taken out the bill. Like it's really a massive ass money giveaway. That's why people don't like this shit. So, but the one part of it that was going to actually help some people, that's the part they took out. Oh hell no! Oh hell no! They want to only pay $60 for their insulin. No, they need to pay $2,000 or however much I want to charge them for it. Because if they don't get it, they're gonna die. So I know they're gonna pay for it. You can't tell me how much I want to charge them for that. And then it's like sugar water anyway or whatever. Like, it's nothing to create this shit. Like it should cost nothing. It really should be free.
It really should. I mean, they don't want, like, well, you can't really blame them, but like, when you really talk about the food industry and what's really available, I mean, it's partially their fault. I mean,
it's all the way their fault, because if somebody came up with some insulin that they made themselves in a house and it worked perfectly fine and they was giving it out to the fucking neighborhood, what'd you think would happen?
Shit, you about to get your ass whooped tonight.
Yeah, they're gonna come down on that person so hard. They'll probably lock him up for life.
Now they'll kill him.
I say lock him up. You say they gonna put the light, literally put the lights out, bro. What is you trying to do?
Oh no, it's over. Night night.
Let me play some more of her video because I don't know if she said the part about the freaking Zelle and shit. I think that's an important part. Oh, and she plays a clip from what's her name? Yeah, let me play that.
Going after the gig economy. If you remember, when the IRS, when Democrats and Janet Yellen were pushing for banks to have to report transactions, well, bank accounts that had more than $600 in annual transactions. So if you have a bank account sitting there and it gets more than $600 going through it throughout the entire year, then that needed to be reported to the IRS. $600, that is not targeting billionaires and multi-mega millionaires and corporations. That's targeting the Uber driver or the person who's going around on the side, got a side hustle doing a variety of services for Americans. That is who that targets. So they've already shown their hand that they're looking to go after small dollar amounts, not major corporations or wealthy corporations. And yet Janet Yellen, of course, tries to say otherwise.
You want banks to report transactions of $600 or more. That's what the IRS wants. Does this mean that the government is trying to peek into our pocketbooks if you want to look at $600 transactions?
Absolutely not. I think this proposal has been seriously mischaracterized.
Really?
The proposal involves no reporting of individual transactions of any individual.
Pause. They love to play with these words. Transaction of any individual. So, well, what about the bank account? Does that consider an individual transaction? Probably not.
Look, the big picture is that we have a tax gap that over the next decade is estimated at $7 trillion, namely a shortfall in the amount that IRS is collecting due to a failure of individuals to report the income that they've earned.
Pause. She was right all the way up until the point where she said report the income that they have earned, because that's not true. I mean, the first part of it is true. The tax gap is because they haven't been collecting the taxes from people who are supposed to pay since years and years and years and years. Built up over years. You could probably go back and hit these people and freaking wipe them out because they haven't been paying for so damn long. But no, she said, what did she say? Individuals report the income that they've earned. Kim is going to break it down. Let me play Kim's.
Okay, so that's the important key. The failure to report the income that they have earned. That is not wealthy Americans or corporations. They report all the income they earn, but they also just have a team of accountants and attorneys and wealth managers who are able to place their money and spend their money and invest their money in ways to where they don't have to pay the taxes. But
so who is the person that's not, reporting that income? It's going to be the guy the chick who does hair. You know what I'm saying? The guy who's did an odd job for somebody and they paid him for it or whatever, random stuff, even personal goods that you might have sold to someone and they put the money in your account. You could have just sold your car or something. Boom. That's the ones that they're coming after. These are not rich people.
But they're actually reporting their taxes. They know better than to not. The people not reporting their taxes are people making money on the side hustle Americans, people that are hit by inflation, hit by the high cost of living, and they're just trying to survive. Those are the people getting hit. And they proved it when they tried to go after $600 bank accounts. And they proved it again in the so-called American Rescue Act that forces people now who use Venmo or Etsy or Airbnb or PayPal to report $600 in transactions. If you look at this here, this IRS targets your side hustle. in a crackdown of transactions over $600. This was reported. This happened, by the way, back in January. That's when this started. So anybody making anything extra in 2022 needs to report it to the IRS. It says starting this month, users selling goods and services through popular sites as Venmo, Etsy, and Airbnb will begin receiving tax forms if they take a payment of more than $600.
So you know what people gonna say? They're gonna be like, nah, you can't pay me on Venmo, you know, pay me cash or something, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to pay taxes on that shit if you nah.
No, you know
that's the
what's gonna happen? That's what's gonna be the boom for more people to go with crypto. A decentralized form of money.
That makes sense.
That's what I would do.
Because
I would just start using crypto on a decentralized platform that they can't record nothing. And somebody donated my lights this month. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can receive donations and what? Like,
go ahead,
look, honestly, I think everybody really right now that does have any kind of side hustle or whatever, like they really should have a bit like an LLC, or get you some kind of EIN number where you can report something. Watch what you put in your different accounts, but like you can write. It's so many things you can write off because you have these businesses or whatever it is you're doing. But you got to figure out something. Talk to an accountant, somebody who can help you figure out what direction to go in.
Yeah,
they're coming for your ass.
Yeah, they're coming for you. Let me play a little bit more.
Unreported money they're talking about. They're talking about you going and offering a service because you've got a skill, you need to make some extra money, and you're going and you're offering your service. Maybe you're walking dogs, you're doing some hair, you're fixing some computers on the side, whatever it is you're doing, and you're collecting money from those people through Venmo. The government wants to know about your money. And they're calling it an American Rescue Plan. That was built into the American Rescue Plan. As they gave money to Americans saying, we're here to help you, they then said, but we're then going to squeeze you for this money back after we help you with it. And that's the rub. Same thing with this Inflation Reduction Act. Who's hurt by inflation? Middle-class America. And yet, who are they going to go after to pay for it? Middle-class America. That is the reality of it. They've shown their hand. They've shown every single thing they've done has been to squeeze the gig economy, not to go after wealthy millionaires, billionaires, and corporations. If they did, they would change the tax code. That is the reality of it. But they don't want to. They don't want to hurt themselves or their friends. And that is the world we're living in, unfortunately, in this very bought off, high government run by rich for the rich. That is what we're dealing with, unfortunately.
They've been trying to set up this world so that like nobody will ever vote Republican again, bro. With these, like, I don't know how stupid you gotta be, and I'm just flat out telling you, stupid if this is the kind of shit you vote for, because this is like you're the ones that's you putting people in place to fuck you. Like, honestly, like, excuse my French, I'm sorry, but like you actually, you're hiring people to abuse you.
Yeah.
I can't get down with that. I'm sorry. I just can't. And regardless of how, I will vote the boogeyman in if he is gonna be like, look, I'm gonna do some things. I'm gonna make me some money, but I'm gonna also leave room for you to make some money. All right, look, do your thing, player. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna root you on. Oh, what? You made how many million or whatever? Oh, shit. Yeah, I only made a couple of 100,000, but I'm cool. No, that ain't. These people just are not playing fair at all. Like, they are robbing us blind, and it don't matter what political party you root for. All y'all, like, they don't look. It don't matter your political party. Your ass gonna get chewed.
Yeah, it don't matter the color of your skin.
It don't matter, like your skin color. I don't give a damn what shade it is. If it's that pretty pink, if it's that dark chocolate, you could be looking kind of purplish. I don't give a damn.
That's why we should be on the same page with this, because it don't matter if you got a penis or not, a vagina. Maybe you cut off your penis and put a vagina there.
Your pronoun don't matter. Like he, she, we, like us. We like us and we is getting fucked.
And he, she, they, them, all of the whole nine.
Yes.
We all getting it. So
that's why I don't get it, bro. Like, I mean, I understand like somebody supports you on your, you know, your sexual escapades and whatever you want to do. Look, I support you too. But goddamn, do we have to go broke? Like, do we have to end up with battle scars in order for us to, you know, like, man, this is like, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, you know how to hurt me, my money.
Yeah.
I mean, I protect my spiritual life. I protect my emotional life. Like, the only thing that can be affected by the outside community is my damn money.
Yeah. So they're gonna stick it to you. They're gonna get you one way or another. You better keep your head down and do what we say, or we're gonna send one of them extra 87,000 IRS agents at your ass.
And say, bro, look, I'm gonna tell you, bro, this can be real. Like, this could be the beginning of this. Like, shit, like acts like this can really be the beginning of a civil war. Like, you think it's gonna be another date that people gonna remember. You know what I'm saying? Like when we was kids and we had these dates to remember, what, you know, Abraham Lincoln and this and that. Like, it's like
I think about the American Revolution because of the taxes on the tea. Remember?
Yeah, I mean, 1812.
Don't give me the line on the date, but they you know, United States, at the time they were getting stronger, and they was like you know, they wanted to make them do this or that, and you know, they didn't want to do it. So then you know, the European government was like, fuck it, then we're just gonna tax the shit out of them. And that's what set it off. That was the what was it? It was the black guy, first person got killed in the revolution or whatever. Is how they tell the story. So, you know, it was a riot. They dumped the tea and all of this, and that was the beginning of the freaking revolution.
One because it was a Crispus Attucks.
Yeah, that's his name.
And then which one was it where Paul Revere ran and told
the redcoats are coming. The redcoats are coming.
The British, yeah.
That's the same time.
Yeah, that's the same
time.
Yeah.
Not the same day, but that same time period.
No, yeah, I know. But that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, these people, like, I really feel like that's one, like, they, like, it's one of those, like, when you was a kid and, you know, you're supposed to be fighting somebody, they say, all right, you put a chip on your shoulder, you put a chip on my shoulder, and whoever get knocked out first, that's you know, the other one, that's who start, you know, that's how the fight gets started or whatever. Like, they're actually trying to start a fight.
I swear, I think so. Like I think we're touching on something, because when you go back to when they had the Black Lives Matter thing and all of that going on, like, I swear that's what it felt like. They was really trying to push for, like, I hope these niggas get so mad that they just, you know. Same thing with the people storming the Capitol. All of that.
Well, see, and I think they felt like it would be more of us that would have. And, like, I don't really know what their plan was or whatever, but, like, I don't really see that as no real hit on the Capitol. Like, you know, I kind of felt like how Cat Williams said with you you know, how white folks protest. It's like they be walking, they be protesting, they be knocking stuff over and picking it back up, you know, because, you know, for whatever. It's like, white people, we taught you better than this. Like,
Yeah,
I
but
know you've seen that special, huh?
nah, I don't think I saw that.
Yeah,
But
you
but
had
the
to see that.
but it still goes back to your point though, because like them storming the Capitol not being a big deal or not being or being a big deal either way. What I'm saying is that like it was super divisive for the country, and could lead to people like saying, okay, I done had enough with the government or whatever, and we got to go out there and
But this
put
is
on the black
not.
boots.
If anybody cannot see this, like it's like, because you know it's gonna be some ignorant fools that's gonna be like, well, I don't have no gig account. I ain't in no gig. I ain't making no money on the side and this that. Well, I'm, you know, and still gonna, you know, they'll go still vote for these people, even though like your nephew and your grandson and your son, like your kid, your daughter, this is how they make their living, and you know they spending 80 billion of your dollars in order to
Persecute your son or daughter or
to
whatever.
rough them up and make it harder for them. So the bills that they having trouble paying now, that they're gonna have even more problems paying because they gotta, you know, like this just look.
And you know how the IRS is. Once they get into your business, then they're gonna dig. They might go back 10 years on your ass. Oh, you haven't been paying for 10 years. You've been.
They can't go. They can't go back 10 years.
You've been getting $600 a year that you haven't told us about for the last 10 years. So yeah, that's gonna be $300,000. Oh, you don't have it? Well, just take your car, house, everything, whatever you have, and if that don't cover, we're just gonna put you in jail. Let me read some comments. It says, thank you for actually reporting what it really is, not that they want us to believe. These are captions underneath Kim's video. It says, writing loopholes into the tax code is what Congress has to sell. That's what old girl was selling. The black chick, I can't think of her name right now. She's so cute. White House secretary.
Yeah, but she's a freaking liar.
That's her job. Her job is to lie.
Well, I guess all politicians, they do lie, but I mean, I'm like, that's not even the question he asked.
Yeah, that's White House secretary, man. That's a hard job.
That was just political vomit that she started spitting out.
Yes, yeah, you can hear us.
What's up? What's up? What's good,
What's up?
Curtis and Jay Lethal? What's up?
What's up?
What's up? What's up?
Chilling,
yeah,
man.
bro. Chilling, bro. We talking about the damn tax code. Them freaking that 87,000 new IRS people gonna be hired to get your ass.
Yeah, we got some new Matrix agents that's coming to get.
Oh my God, some Smiths coming out, huh?
Yeah, they coming for you if you put $600, more than $600 in your Venmo, or what was the other ones they said?
Don't say Cash App.
No, it doesn't matter if you get $600 anywhere. Whether, because I mean, you know, you can like Cash App, PayPal, Venmo.
Yeah.
All
right, bro.
All of them keep record of the monies that you got going in and out.
Yeah.
Your bank, whether you know what I'm saying, your Chase, your credit union, it don't matter. You get, you know, they see your money coming in. Some, you know, I know they're saying like $600, but
yeah.
Do you feel like this is a direct hit on the American people? Like,
wait, so explain to me what exactly is happening if your money is going into these accounts.
Chaka.
Well, you're gonna have to fill out a tax form and explain where the money came from, and do proper taxes.
I have direct deposit. So They see where my money comes
No,
from.
if it's an income, if it's
a lot of that stuff, see, that you're probably already getting hit from your direct deposit,
right?
But they're looking more so at the gig economy. People, Ubers or like
any money you make on the side, anything
you make on the side, but that's mostly what they're saying, like things that are not being covered by your W-2 or some kind of contract through a job. You getting funds that's coming into you. Shit, grandma might send you money every month or something.
Yeah,
they want a piece of that.
Oh God!
Nigga, I'm gonna take a piece, nigga.
They're trying to
What's
get
up,
all these
dudes?
they're trying to get all these high tech drug dealers.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. That's what I said. That's
the
what I
ones
said
that
too.
don't do cash no more.
Yeah, the drug dealers, because this gonna hit them. They're gonna have to pay taxes.
Yeah,
They
bro.
probably ain't paid taxes in forever on all the drug deals that they done.
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
now you gotta pay taxes. They don't like.
See,
Okay,
the thing about that is I don't know not one drug dealer that puts their money in the account.
Well,
shit. Now
they
you do.
Now, I mean, if they washing it and putting it through a business that they have, then they paying taxes on it through that business that they washing it through. But if they
true,
most of these are small time dealers, and getting money through somebody might not have cash. They need to pay them through Venmo or whatever the hell. And they said $600 over the year, so it doesn't have to be a $600 deposit if it adds up to more than $600.
I'm a little late. What are we talking about, bro?
The taxes coming for your ass. You heard about the 87,000 IRS agents they spending a whole bunch of more money to come for your ass, and they're using your money to do it too.
I ain't worried about it. I got an attorney working on my shit.
Yeah, you good, and you don't do no real side shit anyway, so it's not gonna affect people like you.
I'm glad you think that way.
You all the way legit. I know you legit. You don't do no side stuff. The FBI be watching. They be listening.
Yep, that's right. Hey, look here. Them pigeons, boy, they fly a long way, I tell you.
The birds. That's them birds. He talking about birds. I want to move on to the free will argument, because that's the main topic of the show today.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Do we have free will?
What do y'all think before we get too deep into it? Do you think that, some people believe in determinism, like everything is a result of other things that happen. So even like all of our behavior and everything, because of traumas that we had, stuff we've been through, even like the stuff that our grandparents may have been through, all of this stuff manipulating the decisions that we make throughout life. We don't want to go to jail. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to get pulled over by the cops, stuff like that. You don't want to catch an STD, but it's more than that. So then you think about it. So do people really do have free will? That's the question.
I say yes, but it is. I think this is a perspective question. Like from I guess from different points of view, it can be seen different ways. But I would say yes, but most of us don't exercise it.
Yeah, I have to. I kind of have to agree with that, man.
Let me read this comment. This is the first comment underneath the video. It says, "Every time I do something honorable, I'm proud of my free will. Every time I do something despicable, I say I had no choice." Boom, boom, boom.
Is that a man or a woman?
I don't know. It's a foot.
That depends on that depends on you as an individual and your subconscious. You know what I'm saying? Because there's, it depends on like you as the individual, what I would say. Because there has been times where I'm like, for instance, standing in a line at the fuel desk at the truck stop to pay for a cup of coffee, and nobody's coming. Then I walk out and I get in my truck and I'm like, bro, I shouldn't have walked out with this coffee. Even though I got the points to pay for it, it's technically free. I shouldn't have walked out with it. So it depends. I think it depends on you. It goes back to defining what's good or bad. What is good, what is bad.
And that's a problem, because that's all perspective.
Yeah.
You know. I'm gonna play a little bitty clip, and we're gonna talk about it because it hits. This hits with a bang right here.
Okay.
Well, you ask one of the deepest philosophical questions of physics, the question of free will.
For billions of years on this planet, there was life but no free will. Physics hasn't changed, but now we have free will.
Brains.
So that guy, he's gonna say something different later on, but just from that clip, it's sounding like he's saying, you know, if you're looking at this physics, if you're looking at metaphysical, then he's saying there's no free will. It's all, you know, a result of chemicals and you know what I'm saying, energy transfers and shit like that. Y'all get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get to really hear it because I was turning my headset back on.
Well, basically, he's saying that. Wait, let me play it back. It's a little short clip, anyways.
Well, you ask one of the deepest philosophical questions of physics, the question of free will.
For billions of years on this planet, there was life but no free will. Physics hasn't changed, but now we have free will.
So the guy's saying billions of years on the planet, no free will. Physics hasn't changed, but now we have free will. So basically, he's saying, well, it sounds like he's saying that given that physics is the same, it's constant, then how can it all of a sudden be a free will?
Well, you know, some people believe that they're, you know, because like I said, I mean, it's gonna be perspective. Like, I mean, there's the people who believe in, you know, and those who know. So, I mean, as far as when you making an action, you take, you know, you're doing an action, you know, you can believe that, you know, this was something that was predestined, but at the same time, if each one of us are gods or living, you know, with God within us, like each action is something that is determined from moment to moment. But for others that don't necessarily see it that way, God is outside of them. A lot of them will probably look at it and say, you know, like, you know, he did it. He the one that remote controlled me,
and it wasn't, you know. So, but maybe the argument then is responsibility then, right? So, like, because I agree with you though, because like I always be saying, zombie robots. That's what I call everybody. So they're on automatic. Those people definitely don't have free will because they are on automatic. Like somebody else is pulling the strings.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the ones who do have free will, then those are the ones who have responsibility for their actions, right? Like they're willing to accept responsibility,
accountability, like all of the abilities, like you're able to for whatever, like your abilities is what will determine more so if you have the free will, because otherwise, you know, you're putting everything else on somebody else, like. And, you know, I mean, the actuality of it, because I think that we all do have the free will, is just that a lot of times we try to blame it on something else, or, you know, some of us, you know, will, you know, whether it's good or bad, we take accountability for whatever it is. Just
so
like,
I think,
you know,
I think what you're saying is people have the free will, but they give it away. They choose to not exercise it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, no, I mean, we're all making decisions and choices to do stuff, but like I said, I mean, a lot of times it's the way that you perceive it, because if you think that everything that good happens to you was God, then you're gonna give him the blame or give him the glory for that good, and if everything bad happens, it's the devil. You know, you're gonna put it on the devil, and you know, but none of it is you. You know, it was something predetermined outside of you that made you do it.
But see, like in the perspective in which Pat is putting it in, I don't view free will in that perspective. I don't view free will in the realm of religion or a higher being. Like I view free will, for me, and from my point of view, free will is I get up, you know, wash my face, brush my teeth, jump in the shower, throw on some clothes, You know what I'm saying? I go down here to this place, I go to this place, I smoke a blunt, I do this, you know, like, which I don't smoke, but I'm just saying, like, that's the way I view free will and the
Well,
willingness to be able to do, you know,
But
what I
wait,
want to do,
well,
you
you know,
know.
we know that half of what we do is already preset for us to do.
That's what I
Like
was about to say.
our heart beats without us deciding. We breathe without decide. I mean, we can choose to try not to, but at some point, it's gonna, you know, the fight or flight of your brain is gonna tell you, nah, motherfucker, breathe. I mean, it's certain things, but what I'm saying, like when it comes to the free will, is more so when it comes down to, you know, like you
Decision making.
getting up and going to work today. You can choose to
Yeah.
go to work or not.
I
Yeah.
disagree with that, y'all. I disagree with that because all of those decisions that you use, Deuce, are all pressured by society, right? So it's like, okay,
No, it's not.
you do have the free will to make those decisions per se, but if you didn't, then there'd be consequences.
Okay.
So there's a reason
So
why
oh,
you do it.
so you just went against you just agreed and then you agreed and disagreed with yourself in the same
Because
sentence.
earlier I was talking about responsibility, but what I'm saying now, I'm talking about how society, all of these different pressures are pushing you.
I
You
mean,
gotta be a
but
part of
what pressure?
society, right?
But
Otherwise, you're gonna be a bum.
what pressure is there not to
Choice.
bathe?
Yeah.
You
See, but
know,
the choice.
if you choose or
You,
if you choose to bathe or
that's
choose
another one.
not to bathe, like, you know, like, you know, I mean,
You
I'm
can.
It's
just
free
saying.
will when it comes to those things, because I mean, like I said, it is free will regardless. Like if you weak and you know you done told yourself that you're not gonna like I'm not smoking, I'm not gonna hit the weed today, tomorrow, whatever, and then somebody, hey man, say, bro, you look, I got this new such, so you want to hit it, and you know it's that dun dun dun. All right, am I gonna do it or am I not? That's, I mean, you have the choice. That's free will. It don't
Okay.
matter if you weak or not. I mean, that's a whole nother discussion.
Okay. Let
That's the
me.
way I view free will. You know, I don't think about like the metaphysics of things. I just think about,
Well, I
you
mean
know,
that was
you
just an
waking up
example I
every day.
gave.
No, no,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
no. I'm in agreement with what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, when I think of a human being having free will, I don't think about physics or what you eat, what your diet intake is, and those
And
chemicals
your
creating an
brain
imbalance. I don't think of
synapses.
that. You know,
Yeah.
like, I don't think of that. I just think about, to me, free will, like I said, getting up, brushing my teeth, washing my face, because that's a ritual of mine, and going
Mhm.
outdoors.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
how
like,
much of that is a result of like traumas that you've been through, things that have affected you
well,
because
it
you to make
doesn't.
those.
I don't think it's a trauma. Well, I guess it is a trauma because, like, you know, like, bad teeth is kind of a genetic thing for me. So it's like, for as much as I can brush and clean my teeth, I'm gonna do it. Whereas I have other family members that don't give a shit, and when you see them, they teeth look like shit. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that's just me, bro. Like I say, I'm not. I just I think for me, I think that, like, in society, sometimes we overthink things, and we try to look at everything in the spiritual realm or metaphysics, and we complicate things as opposed to you just doing a natural routine. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's a natural thing. That, to me, that's a free will.
Yeah. I mean, because my thing is like even developed habits is a free will. Because I mean, like what he's saying, like him waking up in the morning, brushing his teeth, washing his face, you know, whatever those little things, you know, going to get a cup of coffee, whatever. That was a choice he made that just happens to, you know, be repetitive. Like those are the things that he's chosen to do in life that ends up being repetitive. It's not like, even though it seems like he's just unconsciously doing it, but it's programs. He has programmed himself with choices.
Yeah. I think we want to believe. I don't know what the answer is. I mean, I believe we do have free will, but it's a good argument. Like, I don't know. Let me play some of this and y'all stop, tell me when you want me to stop or whatever, when you want to jump in.
Brains are automatic, but people are free. Our ability to choose is often confused.
Human choices will not be predictable in any simple way. In reality, I don't think there's any free will at all.
I don't want that fucking music.
Look, wait a minute, hold on. I want
Go
y'all
ahead.
to notice that the people, what the people look like that feel one way, and what the person that feels the other way. Like,
The facial hair and stuff.
well, yeah, like I mean that is one, but I mean like just the type of demeanor.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna play some more. Tell me when to start. Fuck! Stop playing the
For
music.
billions of years on this planet, there was life, but no free will. Physics hasn't changed, but now we have free will. The difference is not in physics. It has to do with ultimately with biology, particularly evolutionary biology. What has happened over those billions of years is that greater and greater competences have been designed and have evolved. And the competence of a dolphin or of a chimpanzee, the cognitive competence, the sort of mental competence, is hugely superior to the competence of, a lobster or a starfish. But ours dwarfs the competence of a dolphin or chimpanzee, perhaps even greater extent.
I always hate it when I hear that because that's from our perspective. Of course, we're gonna say we're smarter than everybody.
I can't even really say that we're smarter than a dolphin or a chimpanzee for the simple fact that they
Speak for
have some of
yourself.
they have some. Well, I'm just saying in the realm of in the realm of free will, because they mimic, or we have some of the same abilities.
Right.
Like we
Well,
do the same shit, bro. Like
right.
Well, see, but the thing is, because I mean, we can look at some humans and say that, you know what, this monkey is smarter than this one. But there's also some humans that we can say that, they can't. There's no competition, because the capabilities are just more vast. Like you can, like we already know, like because of our DNA signatures allows different signals to happen within our body that will never happen in a monkey, a chimp, or one of the lower level primates.
I don't know about that. I think that it's like judging a fish how well he could climb a tree, because depending on the species and if they're really freaking efficient in what they need to do, that makes them intelligent.
Okay, but I mean, I'm gonna tell you one of the biggest things that we can really kind of judge from is it being able to speak, because even if it has the same cognitive function and ability, we can say that maybe he thought the same thought, but can they express it? Can they explain?
But
It's a
think
different
about
language.
this. But
How you
think
know they're
about
not
it. But think about it in
communicating?
this way. Think about it in this way, right? We're speaking amongst each other, but
Yeah.
what if us as human beings are the only ones that are able to understand, and
Right.
then we hear noises coming from
Right.
monkeys and apes and
Exactly.
chimpanzees, but to our ears it sounds like noise, but to them they're actually speaking like how me and you're speaking, like, what's up,
Right.
Pat?
Because we
They're
would sound
saying,
like noise to them. And just like another person speaking another language that you don't understand. It's the same.
Well, no, because see, no, I've actually seen some monkeys where they learn sign language, so they have the understanding. They can communicate to a certain extent, but speaking is one. Even though they hear us speak and they like this, like they never, like
If
they
you're
have.
judging it
they
by
don't
that, you
understand.
got
That's just like there's this dog trainer, world renowned dog trainer, and he tells human beings, stop speaking to your dogs as if they're human.
That's bullshit.
Learn to train your animals with claps or sound like, okay. But this is why this is why I would say sometimes animals could be, just to switch gears here, this is why I would say sometimes maybe an animal can be a little bit smarter or unafraid than humans, because all right, you take a support dog, right? That's trained to not only be your support dog, but it's trained to know your allergies and food that you shouldn't eat. You know, if you break out in convulsions, that dog is not afraid to help. Whereas humans, we have there's a delay in our thought process, right? It's called that 8-second rule. You know, what do you have? 5 seconds? I think how is it worded, Pat? 5 seconds of processing and then 3 seconds to react. You know what I'm saying? Whereas a animal will react right away. If you have, let's say you're on the truck by yourself, you get a hold to some takeout that you bought that is not, and you don't
And like
pick
a
it
friend
up
of
right
mine,
away.
a friend of mine can't eat onions, and it'll make his throat swell. So he didn't know
But
that
your
it had
dog
onions
picked
in.
it. Yeah, and your
Yeah.
dog and his dog picks it up. His dog is not afraid to react, whereas a human, and I'm not gonna say a human is afraid, but there's a delay in your mind processing what's taking place.
Yeah.
Whereas opposed to that animal just reacts.
Well,
That
but that
animal
that
knows
goes into
to
train. But that goes into the training, because see that's what they're trained to do, and just like medics, like they jump right into action because that's how they're trained. The people who were not trained are usually the ones that hesitate, like, oh my God, wait a minute, hold on, what? Because they have to think of what direction to do. So that's where the time difference comes in. It's not it's
Well, you was talking about talking, and the birds can talk.
the
They have birds
no,
that talk.
see, no, what I'm saying is like the act speak up, speaking, you know, like English, Spanish, uh, Russian, like whatever language, like as far because we're talking about a comparison to like these different animals, or the most, I guess we would say mostly the primates, and a human,
I
because
think
we're
animals do
almost.
understand the different language barriers though,
Well,
because
but
I
they,
know
but they,
people that have a
but they.
dog that speaks Spanish and
I
the
didn't say
dog
they couldn't
understands.
understand. I said
Okay, okay,
they can't express. They can't express, because I believe their understanding is probably higher. But the only thing that I like I said, I mean, my point was mostly that the fact of them being
expression.
able to, yeah, being able to say something back to us where we can, because like they
But they
read
have
different
birds
things.
that do that.
But I think a dog's expression is, because if you ever watch a well-trained dog, and Pat, I'm sure you have. I mean, I know you've talked about animals and stuff that you've had over the years growing up out in the country. Like when your dog, your farm dog, you growing up on the ranch and the farm back in the day, when your dog was trying to tell you something that was wrong, what would he most likely do? Run up to you, start barking, and then start
In
running in a
circles,
direction. Yeah,
Yeah.
in
circles,
circles,
or
or
and then
yeah.
once you get up, he or she starts going in the direction of what's going on, correct? I
Yeah.
think that's the dog's way of expressing what's going on.
Well, but that's why I use the terminology speak, because
Speak, yeah,
like they
I
they
got
they do they do communicate with us in the best ways that they can, because like I mean, there's dogs I've seen with like like they've watched us so much to where they emulate it. They try to emulate what we're doing, and you know, maybe there's a human that's kind of like, you might understand some of it, like, but really to the extent of, because like that's the only thing that I can say that would, you know, I can see that's strongly different, is the actual speaking, because I think they may even understand the English language or whatever language it is that of their master, because they're going
So,
to.
but what if one of us was to learn how to speak dolphin or chimpanzee or something?
No, you too dumb for that.
Yeah, I don't think, or whales. They have songs that they sing, and they're all individuals. They're communicating.
Well,
It's
yeah,
language.
no. Look, I'm gonna tell you, if you do start speaking in some freaking dolphin, I'm look. Don't let me be in the same room with you,
He's
cause
bewitched. It's a witch. It's the
nah.
devil.
I was like, who is that nigga?
You sound like a goat right now. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
you ain't
That's
you
a
ain't
horrible
lying.
whale. That's a horrible
That was
whale.
my dolphin
Fucking
impression.
nigga, that's a horrible
You ain't,
dolphin impression.
you
That
ain't
sound
lying.
like a goat, like a motherfucker.
A
Hey,
baby
Pat,
goat at that.
that nigga, he having dreams and fantasizing about eating the goat right now.
Oh
Making the
Lord.
call.
I like goat meat. That shit good.
Oh, I
Let
ain't
me
gonna lie, I do too.
let me play some more of this and then we make comments.
And there's an entirely naturalistic story to tell about how we came to have that competence or those competences. And it's that can do, it's that power that we have, which is natural, but it's that power which sets us aside from every other species. And the key to it is that we don't just act for reasons, we represent our reasons to ourselves and to others. The business of asking somebody, why did you do that? And the person being able to answer, it is the key to responsibility. And in fact, the word responsibility sort of wears its meaning on its sleeve. We are responsible because we can respond to challenges to our reasons. Why? Because we don't just act for reasons, we act for reasons that we consciously represent to ourselves. And this is what gives us the power and the obligation to think ahead, to anticipate, to see the consequences of our action, to be able to evaluate those consequences in the light of what other people tell us, to share our wisdom with each other. No other species can do anything like it. And it's because we can share our wisdom that we have a special responsibility. That's what makes us free in a way that no bird is free, for instance. There's a very sharp limit to the depth that we as conscious agents can probe our own activities. This sort of superficial access that we have to what's going on, that's what consciousness is. Now, when I say who's this we who's got this access, that's itself part of the illusion, because there isn't a sort of boss part of the brain that's sitting there with this limited access. That itself is part of the illusion. What it is a bunch of different subsystems which have varying access to varying things and that conspire in a sort of competitive way to execute whatever projects it is that they're in their sort of mindless way executing.
I don't believe there's such a thing as free will in the sense of a ghost in the machine, a spirit or soul that somehow reads the TV screen of the senses and pushes buttons and pulls levers of behavior. There's no sense that we can make of that. I think our behavior is the product of physical processes in the brain. On the other hand, when you have a brain that consists of 100 billion neurons connected by 100 trillion synapses, there is a vast amount of complexity that means that human choices will not be predictable in any simple way from the stimuli that have impinged on it beforehand. We also know that that brain is set up so that there are at least two kinds of behavior. There's what happens when I shine a light in your eye and your iris contracts, or I hit your knee with a hammer and your leg jerks upward. We also know that there's a part of the brain that does things like choose what to have for dinner, whether to order chocolate or vanilla ice cream, how to move the next chess piece, whether to pick up the paper or put it down. That is very different from your iris closing when I shine a light in your eye. Because that second kind of behavior.
They're
one
going,
getting
they're going from a they're going from a brain or metaphysics or psychology standpoint of it. Like they're taking free will to a whole nother level than what the average being processes.
Well, see, because my thing is, like, he started off with somewhat, close to an argument that I've been making. But to me, I think he's really going too far by judging consciousness in other creatures, other animals, or whatever it may be, because, like, a rock has consciousness. So, like, even having that conversation is really kind of ignorant. Like, I think if he would have left it at, because he's just a bunch of word salad, really. Because if he would have left it at the response, being, you know, his responsibility, being able to respond to this, that, and the other, and shut the fuck up, he would have been okay. At least in my eyes. But
this guy's making the argument that there is no free will, that it's all consequences of your brain's
Choices.
function.
Yeah, brain function and choices. I mean, like I say, at the end of the day, I get where they're going with it. I get what they're saying. Like, I think we all understand where they're coming from and what they're saying, but they're going beyond the average human being when we think of free will. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not something that we automatically, our minds go to, or we construct. Oh, my free will is just a behavior and a choice. You know what I'm saying? We don't think about that. It's a repetitive thing that we do in our day-to-day lives that, like, the way that the way that they're taking it, I mean, they're going so in depth as far as medical terms, and it's almost like they're trying to convince you that basically what this video is, there's no free will.
Yeah. Well, the video is not going to say that at the end. It's going to, and most of them, I think this is the only guy who says that. But at the end of the video, then that's not what the conclusion they're going to come to. They're all going to say that, that free will does exist. But I think, that makes us feel more comfortable. Like, we just, you don't want to tell people that, because that's what they were going to say in the video. Because if you tell them they don't have free will, then they're going to, do horrible things.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's spitting out a bunch of word salad, and I think he could have simplified it a whole lot more than he did. But, the whole discussion about consciousness in these different animals and stuff, like, that's like, you can't even really judge to what extent. So, like, why are we even going there? That's part I don't get. But
well, it's a philosophical debate. These are all like thinkers. These are all academic folks. This is the kind of stuff. Yeah, this is what academics do. We sit around and we argue about shit like this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm not an academic. I'm not a scholar. But you know what? I fucking think, and I can speak, and I everybody has a fucking opinion. So that's the whole gist of it to me, because I mean, that's really what it is. But I think it's these guys.
It is an opinion when it comes to this topic, because nobody who knows really.
I mean, I know. I know exactly what it is, but I mean, y'all scholars, y'all academians, y'all. This is kind of the kind of word salad y'all give. Okay, that's cool. But what I'm saying is, like, to me, what this guy was just saying did not. Like, it didn't come full circle. He said a bunch of shit that could, not just a lie, but it was unnecessary. Like, I don't think it had anything really to add to the conversation of free will. But,
let me read some comments. This guy says, "Don it, telling people they don't have free will is bad, therefore we have free will." He says, both off topic and incoherent.
What?
Another comment, it says, "My thoughts, free will must be clearly defined before we debate its existence. Responsibility is socially linked to intentional decision making. So whatever drives one's actions also drives society's reaction. If you think something absurd like astrology determines your actions, then society is driven by the same cause to hold you responsible. This view makes responsibility work on the same motivating force as people's actions, so it doesn't matter if their motivating force is free will or not." I think that's fair. Like,
Good comment, bro.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's fair. Let me read some more. It says, "If the world is so deterministic, is it possible to determine someone's action in the future? Unknown. I would assume it's possible to some degree, but doing so requires an experiment that's merely too precise to conduct. Clone someone, have both clones go through separate environments, which are the exact same down to the position and velocity of each atom, then observe if any differences come about. If there are differences, seek a determinable cause. Otherwise, put them through rigorous tests to see if there's anything that can make them react differently to the same environment.
Well, you know, that question that was asked is very, very interesting to me because, you know, like there's a lot of things that, you know, people, especially like those people who follow or study or shall I say practice numerology, because they're saying that everything is made up by numbers, and it's pretty much, you know, you can predict things based on the time, like let's just say whatever, you know, in a period of time, that some things can be determined based on numerology. So that's I mean, I don't know quantum multiplication, so I don't, you know, but that's a good thing to kind of discuss, or, you know, it's a great question, I say.
Let me read some more. This guy is really interesting. He said, if I think we cloned people to see if we can get them to behave differently under the same circumstances, then it's possible to get different results. Rolling dice, picking randomly among flavors they're indifferent to, and more things can end in different results. I'd say this would make the world probabilistic rather than deterministic. But that still doesn't prove free will unless your definition of free will is the capacity to act probabilistic rather than deterministically. But that could theoretically make things like atoms have free will. Even if there's a probabilistic world, many probabilities are zero. For example, you'll never roll a 7 on a 6-sided die. You'll never seriously pick something absurd like an animal when choosing among flavors of ice cream. Therefore, such a probabilistic world is confined by the laws of physics and the ways in which you're willing to and or are capable of behaving. If you want to see this as a sort of semi-free will, then sure, but I think people usually consider consciousness to be connected to free will, but a probabilistic world has nothing to do with that. Whether or not we have free will won't change how we behave. The story at the end is based on how people act upon reading about a lack of free will, but that behavior is as possible in a world with free will as it is in a world without. Again, all this loops back to the need for a clear and concise definition of free will. Wow.
Dude, that was probably
That
like,
helps.
you don't even read no more. Like,
Yeah, I
that
mean
shit was, like,
I
on
mean that.
point.
Yeah, that was the conclusion, really. I mean,
Basically what he's saying, they're making this shit too fucking difficult, like in this video. Like they're confusing the hell out of humanity with this whole free will deal, bro. Like they're not even breaking down the true, like, what is the definition of free will? Everybody's gonna have a different opinion. Even the fuckers that put it in the Webster dictionary, that's from their point of view. That's the same way I view the Bible. That's from the people that followed, that said they were the closest to God and they wrote about God. Like, who best to write a book about Chaka or Pat, right? Not some motherfucker that said he walked with you on your day-to-day life. You, from your perspective. Everything is in a third person perspective, bro. So it's like, what the fuck, man?
A lot of the comments are people frustrated with the video, just like y'all. Let me read one. It says, at 40 seconds, for billions of years, no free will, and now there's, but the physics haven't changed. Sounds like the best argument against free will I've ever heard. Also, his last example, 1838, is hilarious because he's basically saying that simply by introducing a concept to human beings before an activity, it will determine the outcome. Does this guy even listen to himself talk? I guess he's determined not to.
hey.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they sound the comments sound just like y'all.
Oh shit. it's almost like saying if you know that you're financially sound without working, but you get up and go to work, like you have to go to work. Like that's not a free will. Like what the like
Yeah,
it's just
but you might even be programmed to get up and just get up and go, but you know all the like every moment before you leave the house, like you can choose to say, "F it, I ain't going nowhere." Like whether you feel that you have chosen or not, when there's comes a point where like there's endless parts where you can actually change your mind about, like while you're in the shower, you decided, you know what, I ain't going. I'm getting back in the bed. I mean, just because you didn't feel like you made a choice doesn't mean that you didn't.
Let me read this comment. I want to know what y'all got to say about this. It says, there is no free will as long as we have emotions, desires, or attachments, because these are controlled in whole or in part by unconscious factors that are not accessible to us at the moment of a decision. That's kind of what I was talking about. Like how your behaviors could be being driven by some subconscious stuff. What do y'all think?
Well, a lot of it is. I mean, we kind of discussed about the heart, the breath, the thought. Like, I mean, there's like a lot of things that's already programmed for us to work on its own without us thinking about it. But
so this guy, he says there's no free will as long as we have emotions, desires, or attachments, because these are controlled in whole or in part by unconscious factors that are not accessible to us at the moment of a decision. What do y'all think? He's saying there's no free will as long as we have emotions, desires, and attachments.
I disagree, but
you there, Deuce?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm
yeah, I'm gonna tell you, it's about time for me to roll though. I gotta get up and get the train shaking in the morning.
Shit, I'm off tomorrow. So I'm chilling.
You could have kept that to yourself. Like that.
But I've been working all this while. I had worked 2.5. Shit, I worked all day Monday, all day Tuesday, and I worked today. So this morning.
Yeah, I'm at the crib. I burn off Friday, so I'm just sitting here chilling.
Y'all spoiled ass.
I ain't spoiled, bro. I gotta get back to it. I gotta get back to it like you, man. I just got
that's why you rich,
off, bro.
That's why you rich, Pat, because you be grinding, bro. Like shit, I get to get off, but I ain't worried about no bills, but I'm just saying, I ain't got no money coming in if I'm sitting here. Shit.
Yeah, I hear you. You're able to be at the house, so you whether it's with money or with time, you rich.
Yeah.
Come on out here to the dark side and become a truck driver. Goddamn, you can broadcast from your sleeper.
Probably could get some kind of mobile Wi-Fi device.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm doing.
Yep. Yeah, man, through whoever your cell phone is through, man. If you got Cricket or T-Mobile or Boost or Metro, they got those little Wi-Fi devices, man. You can, hook your computer to that and broadcast, bro.
Yeah.
I used to have that shit back in the day, but now that, like I'm with Verizon, so they give me a certain amount of hotspots. I get like 15 gigabytes of hotspot, but I don't even have to use it, bro. Like most of the time I'm on when I'm driving, I'm just on, the cellular service through, rolling down the highway.
Me too.
They got the on these new Freightliners they got that shit built in for that to get, more signal, but a lot of the areas that we travel through, man, it's just it's inevitable. You're gonna hit a dead zone. So especially going through like Oklahoma, Texas.
Yeah.
Arkansas.
By the way, where you at, Pat?
I'm here.
No, I'm saying, where are you? Like, what's because you be
Oh,
random.
I'm in North Carolina right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
North Kakalaki.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to say the Sunshine State, but that's not it. That's
That's
somewhere
Florida,
else.
nigga.
Yeah, Florida is a sunshine state.
That's Florida, nigga. Oh shit.
Shit, these
Uh,
days that's Florida, Louisiana,
Shit, Texas.
Texas.
but he not that. He not that. Well, I don't know where he at in North Carolina, but yeah, you want to talk about like North Carolina? You want to talk about like what? Ain't that like where Myrtle Beach is, or you can go down there to what is it called? South Shore Beach, North Carolina, down there on the coast down there. You got some honeys down there. I done been down there a lot. Bunch of chemical plants down there.
It's a large black population there, right?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
North and South Carolina. South Carolina and North Carolina. And then you got, yeah, bro. You got some you
You
got
got a
some
bunch of the
lookers out there.
Gullah Geechees.
Yeah, you got some lookers out there and they country. They some old country ass black chicks too. Fine in a motherfucker out there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But you can
They
tell
go
the money
hunting and
ain't flowing out.
fishing.
You can kind of tell the money ain't flowing out here like it's supposed to, because like I think I told Chaka this. Well, like every time I come through here, I'm just like, it's ridiculous how the interstate is still messed up. They got them damn Jersey walls for shit about 15, 20 miles easy.
Oh, you talking about the road construction? Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's horrible.
Yeah, that shit there.
Yeah, that you talking about them blocks that them temporary like medians that they use the concrete.
Temporary wall. Yeah.
Yeah, the Jersey wall. Yeah.
I hate them damn things because sometimes they don't be in the right spot. They might be poking out. It might be dark. You hit a damn water puddle. Beat and hit one of them fucking things.
Yeah. They yeah. I wonder if it's because like it's hilly as fuck out that way. So, you know, depending on where you at in North Carolina, it gets pretty hilly. So I'm wondering if that's the like, especially if you going from North Carolina up towards like Virginia and shit.
Shit,
gets a
most
little
likely
hilly.
it's them private contractors just robbing the damn government, probably. You know, just getting paid. You know, we'll get it done. We working on it. Send us some more money. The budget. We went over budget.
Man, shit, it ain't too much. Sometimes it ain't just the contractors, bro. It's the
all right.
inspectors that come out there.
Look, while I'm thinking about it, to the audience, you know, we need to get the likes up, try to get our algorithm
Yeah,
going right, and we need some. We could use some cash. So anybody want to donate to the cause? You know, look, the Cash App is
on the
screen.
It's on the screen. Yep. Thank you, Pat. Definitely.
I'm going to exit stage left.
I'm
you gotta get to bed. It's almost 2:00 out there where he at.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Well, peace and love, and I'll get at y'all tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be here.
All right, bro.
All right, man. Get some rest.
Peace.
Gotta get out here tomorrow myself, bro.
Yeah. Let me read this right here. It says New Mexico facing a long fight after Texas utility spews sewage into the Rio Grande. Untreated wastewater traveled to southern New Mexico during a massive months-long diversion, state officials said. So they shitting on New Mexico. Texas is shitting on New Mexico, literally.
I ain't no telling what happened through that.
It's a bit of an article. Let me read it. It says, it will likely be a while before New Mexico officials know whether an El Paso utility will have to pay up for dumping sewage into the Rio Grande.
procedural rules, and a fight over jurisdiction are drawing out the process. The New Mexico Water Quality Commission met on Tuesday to discuss future hearings regarding the $1.2 million fine and other penalties, including cleanup demands that New Mexico issued on the El Paso Water Utilities Public Service Board. That's fucked up. You got states fighting against each other, bro. Like I say, we got the abortion thing with them fighting over. They fighting over fucking. How you gonna just send some shitty water to the next state? That's so fucking foul. Put that shit in the river.
Well, that shit could have leaked out from a pipeline. We don't really know. But states fight all the time, bro. You got Arizona and California fight over water all the time from the Colorado River. You know what I'm saying? Then you got Nevada and California fighting. Like California thinks that they deserve all of the water and nobody else does. You know, so they're fighting all the time. They're fighting all the time, bro. Like we don't hear about it, but like yeah, it's fighting, especially like that desert climate. I mean, you know, Northern California, you know, like the Valley part of California, you know, like that's where all the produce is grown. Up around Sacramento, Fresno, all up in those little areas, Salinas, all through there. They grow a lot of produce, so you know. And then California, man, I mean, it's a dry state. It's desert climate. It doesn't rain as much, and then when they get a ton of rain, we see what happens, bro. Like they have these mudslides, you know, houses sliding off the side of mountains and just land, you know, sides of mountains giving way, you know. So yeah, they're always fighting up that way for water, bro. They're always.
It shouldn't be that way.
Their own destruction, though.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that way.
California wanting to be this whole environmentally type of, you know, I think they go a little bit overboard with the shit. But that's just my personal opinion.
Well, it's bullshit when you building dams and you damming up the water and not sharing it with everybody. That's bullshit off the top. The river used to flow all the way through, and the people southern used to get the water all the time. And you say, "Fuck that, I'm gonna build a dam."
Down. Them water levels are down like a motherfucker up that way, bro. If you look at pictures of the Hoover Dam, and you see those white spots around the ridges of the mountains that surround the Hoover Dam, that's where the water level once was. And because of humanity and people, the amount of electricity that they use throughout the day just in Vegas alone, like that's a lot of water consumption, man. So, you know, these states out there, these dry climates, they're not getting enough water, and it's crazy. You know, like when you start thinking about produce and shit like that in places like California, you know, you need water. Water supports life. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know how easy or how simple it'll be to fix this or to figure it out or to come to a happy medium. Like the one black guy who created the machine, these big, huge generators that, because there's a lot of water in the atmosphere. Like he has these machines that sucks in the outdoor air and purify, you know, basically make water. And it's a whole purification system that people can get water. I think he's trying to get like several of them around Haiti and places like that. So
you was right. You was right about the broken pipeline. Let me read this. It says, starting about a year ago and lasting for months, El Paso Water diverted untreated sewage to the Rio Grande in Texas because broken pipelines could have spewed the sewage directly into communities. Between 6 and 10 million gallons of wastewater were dumped into the river every day from August 2021 to January 2022, according to the New Mexico Environment Department, and the waste drifted into the city of Sunland Park in New Mexico. Really unfortunate circumstance.
Yeah. It really is, man. Like they have like these pumps and different shit. Like, I mean, I don't know how to do it. I don't know what can they do. Maybe get the pipeline fixed and start pumping that water. Cause I mean, they can do like reverse osmosis. I mean, the water that comes through your faucet is ran through like a reverse osmosis. It goes you know, everything that you flush down your toilet, that you pour down your sinks, all that shit goes to water treatment plants. So, you know, if you're not careful, if you're dumping grease and shit like that, that causes shit to clog up. That causes pipes to burst over time. You know, people not being mindful of what they're doing. Pouring just because you pour scalding hot water down your drain after you pour grease and then you pour Dawn down, that don't mean shit. That shit turns back into grease through all the pipelines that lead to the water treatment plants. And it creates a sludge, it creates backups. And over time, these pipes burst, man. You know, and now you got wastewater dumping into communities. You got wastewater dumping into, you know, rivers, dumping into the Gulf where wildlife is. So, you know, we want to blame these different entities, man. But like I say, accountability, you know, human beings, we do shit. We make choices every day and do shit that it may not affect you directly, but it affects others. It's a trickle down effect. Human beings are one of the worst at buddy fucking each other, bro. Like we buddy fuck the shit out of each other. You know, just by simple shit, bro. Throwing your Walmart not Walmart, but throwing your McDonald's cup out the fucking window. That shit lands in a sewer drain somewhere or stormwater drain somewhere, and it's plugging that shit up over time. You know, it's plugging that shit up over time, and then what's the effect of that? You got all these sewer drains that are plugged up with a bunch of fucking trash, then we get a good rainstorm, then shit flooding everywhere.
And everybody crying about it. And then earlier last week, you was throwing trash all in the street. Now you crying that the water is backed up in the street. Your car all fucked up now because water all in your shit.
Exactly, bro. Like a lot of this, like we blame. It's easy to point fingers, and that's why these entities, like we were like, oh, they ain't struggling, they ain't this, that, they got that. Say, man, at the end, it's easy to point fingers at them, but then if you literally sit back and reflect, you will realize that you are a direct effect of what the fuck is happening by your choices. You know, we all are. We're all guilty. Me sitting here preaching on the podcast, I'm guilty of it, nigga. I done poured fucking grease down the fucking drain before and and pour boiling hot water behind it with Dawn dish soap thing. Oh, it should be all right. No, that shit gets cold again. It gets cold again, you know. But that shit goes down the sewer pipeline. That shit travels for miles to the water treatment plant. That shit gets cold again.
Yeah. So then that kind of goes back to the topic of free will. So then that means that the way things are in our world is our fault as a result of the decisions that we've made collectively.
Look, bro, and I hate to sound this way because I'm a human and I love humans. I love us. You know, I don't give a fuck about your nationality, your creed, skin color, nut. But everything that's taking place today is because of humans, bro. Everything. We are our actions and our choices are the direct effect of what's happening. Even the wars, everything. We talk about it on this show, bro. Like everything. It's a choice. It's choices that we made. Whether we're empowered, we're the people, or whether we're the powers that be, or we the lowest man on the totem pole. We all have choice.
I want to cover this one last thing before I go because I'm getting tired too. I wish I meant to cover this while Pat was here, but I forgot all about it. But anyways, let me play this and then I want to know what you think.
Shape of whatever container God appears. What if water is God? Then that would mean God is both in us and all around us. That God is both above and below us. Why a woman's water breaks when we're born, and why some religions observe the ritual of baptism. But if water was God, then that would mean that God has no gender. That God takes the shape of whatever container God appears in, which would explain why we have so many different belief systems. Which begs the question, What is the spiritual significance of poisoning the water in Flint, Michigan? Or the oil burning in the Gulf of Mexico? Or the large islands of garbage floating in the Pacific Ocean? If God was water, would that not mean that every natural place is holy? That every thunderstorm was a church without walls? That when the rain falls, it's an act of God's death giving life? And when it evaporates again, it's the day of resurrection? And life itself was just a test of learning how to be and flow like water, how to give life to other people, and how to refresh their spirits and quench their thirst with your presence. What if water is God?
What you think?
That's a very interesting question. I believe, and I don't mean to sound cliche when I say this, but I believe God is water because God is life. And in order to support life or have life, you got to have water. Life doesn't exist without water because organisms wouldn't grow. Right? Am I right or wrong? Correct me.
As far as we know, and because the thing is with physics, though, it could work other ways. It's just that's the only way we've seen life work. So it's true, except it could be not the case somewhere else in another part of the universe. As far as we're concerned, yes.
Okay, so let's just go based, and that I guess that's the easy road or the high road. Let's just go based off of what we know. Then that question would be valid. That question I would say would be correct. I mean, because you think about it, when a woman is, like they said, when a woman is pregnant, what is the baby sitting? The baby is in, what do they call that fluid? I need a woman in here.
Amniotic fluid.
Okay, which basically is water. So if that baby is not in that, then what does that create? Wouldn't that be considered like a stillbirth?
Sometimes it happens. They lose that. There's a procedure that they do to find out if a kid has autism or some other kind of things.
They Down syndrome. They stick this huge ass needle in a woman's navel down into the sac, and they draw some of the, how do you say it, amniotic fluid, and they test it.
Right.
So.
And sometimes that can cause it to leak. This lady told me a story where she had that procedure done. Fucking thing leaked. By the time it was time for the birth, it was like a dry birth, and it's really dangerous for the mom and the child.
Stillbirth, right?
No, the kid lived, but they was all fucked up.
Yeah, see, my wife had to have that done with my daughter, dude, and I was extremely frightened by that. My aunt had a situation. You know her, Glenda. She had a situation with her youngest child. Even though his dad was already in his like late 60s, and Glenda, I want to say at the time, was in her 40s, but still, like, he could have been a healthy baby. But she had a complication when they done that check for Down syndrome and all that shit while she was pregnant, and the test results came back good, but she had that situation where it was an emergency. They had to end up doing an emergency C-section on her
and that's
because
what's
the
so
antibiotic fluid was gone.
It's such a horrible procedure from the
And
jump
now
because
if
if
now
the parents,
he's been with Down syndrome, and he's what, 20, 21 years old?
damn, so the whole thing could have caused it. Oh my God. And it's like, so what the hell is the point in knowing what you're going to terminate the pregnancy is if you found out they had Down syndrome or whatever? What is the point of even knowing that before the baby's born?
We not doing that shit no more, bro. Like, I don't even want to put like
no kind of
like, I haven't
procedures.
even.
Fuck all that. Fuck all that. We'll find out.
Like, I haven't said anything. Like, I hadn't even talked to you. I hadn't even said shit to you, nor Lefa, or Mama, or Pat. We just endured our second, miscarriage, and now we're dealing with the fertility doctors and shit. And it's like, if she gets pregnant again and we have a successful pregnancy, I ain't doing none of that shit, bro. Like, you're not sticking shit in her navel. You're not sticking shit in her. Like, no, this baby is just gonna be born, and whatever God blesses us with, that's what we got, bro.
And that's what is so crazy, man. They just trying to make money off of everybody because I'm sure they charge you out the ass for that damn Down syndrome test.
Man,
It's
that shit is
fucking
expensive as fuck. My deductible, the deductible for that shit was still like fucking like 200, $300 because medical insurance is there's some companies that offer good medical insurance, but the company I was with at the time didn't have the best medical insurance. This was well before the Obamacare shit. And like the company that I'm with right now, this is a Fortune 500 company that has world assets, and our medical insurance sucks, bro. It's not good. Like we spend, and I have one of their higher plans, so I don't spend as much as somebody that has a cheaper plan, but I still spend a lot of money out of pocket, like a shit ton of money out of pocket. That's why I put my HSA every year. I put the maximum amount the government would allow me to put in there without being taxed, which is like $6,300 a year. But this past year, we've had so many medical issues that money it never reached the 6,300. My son had a broken nose from baseball. My daughter braces. Her deal with her ankle, she broke her ankle skating. Then my wife, medical issues and stuff that she, female issues she had to go get done. So I thank God we had the money in HSA, but still, like fucking, and even with that being said, bro, like we just got bills right now. Like this whole medical system is fucked up, bro. Like I got bills right now that's totaling like $4,000 that we're paying on for fucking medical bills.
yeah. That's the kind of shit that should make everybody mad, and we are worried about if Donald Trump FBI raided his house and shit. We should be out in the streets mad as fuck, about this kind of shit, like the amount that they charge for insulin and shit, and talking people into procedures that's causing their child to fucking be all fucked up. Why are we not talking about that kind of shit? Let me read this comment. This is Blue Pill posted this. What if water is God? Well, it's a repost from somebody else. His caption says, as a water sign and purveyor of all things water, I've often asked myself this question: is God simply water? Or better yet, is water a denser aspect of what divinity represents on higher planes? I love questions like this.
This world is fucked up, trucker. This shit fucked up, bro. It truly is, dog. But even though this world is fucked up, bro, like I'm so fucking optimistic about shit.
Yeah.
Because I want to see people happy. I want to see the world happy. Like.
And I think we have to be that way. It's just like, even if they say there's no hope, it's like that show, Westworld. And at the end of it, it's like the guy was like, well, everybody's going to die, or we can fight and we can make it so where there's a chance that a small amount will make it. And just that was enough to, like, all them people to give their life.
Yeah. Bro, do you think that when you die, that you come back? Do you think that when you die, you come back? Maybe if you don't come back as a human being, but do you think that you come back as a living thing?
I think I like the idea of like Nirvana, the idea that
that's my favorite song, by the way. But yeah, go ahead.
The idea that, depending on how you lived your life, then you move up or down the scale. That's how it works with that. So, and so the scale can be all different kinds of animals or not, and so I think that, I like that idea. I mean, who knows? I don't think that, it really just wouldn't make sense for us to just our eyes closed and then we open our eyes and we're as a baby or something like, I think that's just a fantasy right there. So, like,
energy can't be created or destroyed. I believe that. So the energy moves on to something, you
So do
know.
you think that genetics are that strong that a child can be born and look like someone that look like identical as someone that has just passed on?
Yeah, I think it would just be the randomness of the universe that happened. I don't think that it would be anything else like us trying to make it
But
more
what if
than it
this
is.
child carries the characteristics of this person? Like as a child, you notice like this child is just like with even their way that they talk, their wording, their actions,
Well, in the religion that I'm talking about with the Nirvana stuff, they believe that, and they go around and they look for this kid that is a reincarnation of like, forget what you call them, but they're like a special person, and it doesn't matter who their parents were. They go around and they do a test to determine that they're that same person coming back after they die. So,
it's
but
crazy.
I
Go ahead,
don't
my bad.
really. I'm sorry, but I don't really. That part kind of bothers me because I think like my scientific mind, as far as like I say, energy can't be created or destroyed. So, but it doesn't mean that we're gonna come back as another person. It could just mean that we become the dirt that the tree uses for fertilizer, man. I mean, it sounds horrible, but
I mean, yeah, I can see how it sounds, but the reason I asked this shit, bro, like my daughter, my daughter looks exactly like my wife's mom, and she acts just like this woman with the way that she thinks, the way that she talks, the things that she does. It's almost like my wife's mom all over again as a 12-year-old. Even from a child up until now, like it's just one of those things. I don't know. I always think about that shit, bro. Like I think about like that
I
type of
think
stuff.
I think that the ancestors are here with us. It's kind of like we talk about the future and the past being the same, like time is an infinite now. I think that all of the ancestors are still here. They're here with you. They're a part of you. They're actually literally flowing through your blood, your veins, but you're a different variation of your ancestors. You know what I'm saying? It's not exactly the same. It's not the same person. That's the way I look at it. That's my view on it. I feel like it's the ancestors are reborn in different forms, but it's not the same person. It's just that their genetics, the way they live their life, even the decisions that they made, all of that stuff led to these people that are here now. And then that means that they're a part of them in a lot of ways. Like I think that if you look at like a certain groups of people, like let's say it's people that were colonized, and then it's like the ones that survived when the atrocities happened and they killed off most of the people. The ones that made it, their images are still alive. Like it's gonna be like 7 different, like a certain group of people. It's 7 different looks of that person, 7 different looks of men, and 7 different looks of women. And then it's like everybody is a variation of those. But those were the 7 people that made it.
Yeah.
You get what I'm
That was a
saying?
cool, yeah, yeah, I get what you're saying, but that was a cool video you just showed this dude in the record shop because I don't like, bro, like when sound waves fell off the face of the earth, we had FYE, and I used to stay in there buying CDs, and I can't even tell you where any of those fucking CDs are that I bought. But like to see like a record store, like where you could go and buy CDs and vinyls, like everything now is all digital,
Yep.
and it doesn't even sound right. Like you play this digital shit because it's so compressed to put on like your iPhones or on a SD drive or however they call it, that little USB drive. It doesn't even sound right like in the car audio system. Like if you got like a system with subs and amps and shit,
I agree,
it
especially
doesn't even
depending
sound the
on
same.
because if you flip through different, because I'm a music person, but if you flip through different streaming services and play the same song, the quality will be different from one streaming service to the next.
Yeah, because
And
that's just
then
like I'll play shit on Apple Music, right? and it doesn't sound good. Like it's music that I've downloaded, and it doesn't sound good in my car and like in my system because I got the subs and shit. But then I'll go to YouTube, and the bass is totally like the subs actually hit, you know. Whereas when I play shit from Apple Music, like I actually need to get me an audio control Epic Center, you know, so I can increase the bass, you know, because like a lot of the songs that's supposed to be bass heavy, like the shit don't even come through, you know, because the files are so compressed, man. It's like I miss fucking CDs, bro.
I do
I
too.
miss
And
having the
they're not
CD.
nowhere. You can't buy them. And then they don't even have CD players. So I was going to say another issue with this is the devices, right? So like the devices are set up for the streaming and the quality, it's really because people's ear aren't the same either. Like I noticed that about people, and that's the same reason why the overall quality of music, I think, is one of the reasons why overall quality of music has gone down, is because people don't hear music in its higher quality. Like they hardly hear it in its proper form. Like they're hearing distorted, and but they don't care because that's good enough for them or whatever. I mean, I really don't get it myself, because I feel like, you know, if I really enjoy music, so if it's a great song, I want to hear it the way that they made it to sound. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
how I want to hear it.
And Apple does that because Apple has like a version that you can set your downloads to, which is like the lossless files. So it gives you more of like the what they played in the well, what you would hear in a studio, but it's not what you would hear in the studio because it's a downloaded file. It's compressed. It a lot of shit has been taken away from because when you download and compress those files and put it on digital, you're losing a lot of that song. You're losing a lot of the instruments, the bass lines. You're losing a lot of that shit, bro. So it's like 808s is not 808s no more. You know what I'm saying? Like that bass, like, you know, the shit that I remember back in the day when you had that fucking Sony stereo system.
Mm-hmm.
Like how we would have CDs playing and every fucking song would rattle the windows in your apartment. In today's time playing that shit from your phone, it would never be that way, bro. It wouldn't even sound like that. You'd be like, this shit is boo boo, even though you jamming out to the song, but it's like you don't feel it because to me, bass is a feeling, right?
Right.
When you feel bass from the music, it's like that's what makes you pay attention to the words of the music
The
to tell
vibration,
whether
because
the
you
vibrate.
physically
Yeah,
can feel it. Like it physically, you can feel it.
yeah, and
So
you don't get that shit no more, dude.
it sucks. It
From
sucks.
this
It sucks.
download
And
shit.
there's so much music that's lost. This is one part about streaming that makes me cry. Songs that aren't there, literally not there. It's like stuff like you said, CDs. I have some I've been holding for a long time, but I lost a lot of my collection because I had a bunch of shit in storage, and it's just a lot to carry around them damn CDs. But damn it, that's what I was gonna say. The songs themselves, actual songs, because like I've had these albums, and I know what songs are on the albums, and you go to the album, and certain songs be literally missing, bro. Whole albums be missing, and also it'll be artists that are missing. You know, major artists, they're missing. They're not there. Their stuff is not there.
Or it depends on the platform because that's just like with Apple, right? So like you'll download an album from Apple Music and you'll get like 6 songs off of the album and then you're like, where the fuck are the other songs? But then you go to Tidal streaming and the whole album is there. Every like if it's a 13 song album and you download it on Apple, you may get 6 out of 13, but then you go to Tidal and you got all 13 of the songs. You know, and like somebody was like, "Yeah, man, you should download Tidal because Tidal it comes in, it gives you more of what that vibe of what you're looking for from the CDs." And it's like that's another fucking streaming service that I gotta pay for. Like, fuck that.
They do say the sound quality, and I ain't gonna admit, I was listening to Tidal, and I think the sound, I don't know how close it is to the CDs or to the vinyl, but it definitely sounds better than Spotify.
Yeah.
It costs a lot more, but also another part of that is that the artists are getting paid more for Tidal. They don't get paid shit from Spotify.
What about Apple? They don't get paid that much from Apple either.
I don't know. I know that they've been complaining about Spotify forever, so I know for sure it's like change. You know, I'm on Spotify, and I got a good number of streams, and they gave me like 62 cents or some shit.
62 cents a stream?
Nah, overall.
Holy fuck. So if you put your shit on Tidal, you may get like what, $1 a stream or $1.50 a stream
I don't know
or some shit.
per stream. It's not that high. It's definitely not that much. But like the title is probably like 0.09 cents or some shit. 0.02 cents or some shit.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. This shit is crazy, bro. Like it's nuts. Like it's like I spent this money, right? I got this system in my truck, and it's like it's only like certain shit I can listen to, certain songs that like that really push those fucking
Push the
subs.
bass.
And I'm like,
Man, check my
yeah.
shit out, bro. Shit, give it a spin, bro. I'm either on YouTube or I'm on Apple too. I'm on Spotify and Apple for sure.
Man, I gotta check it out, bro. I really do, man. Like I don't get to listen to my shit a lot, so it's like when I jam it, like I don't even care if the song, if I feel the song, it's just
You want to hit
it's
it.
just feeling the vibration and
Boom,
hearing
boom.
the bass and like the
Man,
fucking
check
truck
my shit out,
rattling
bro.
the
I
fucking
got
shit out of the truck, bro.
my shit is bass heavy as fuck. Check it out, man.
I'm gonna check it out, man.
Yeah.
I need to, bro. I need to show some love. You like I actually.
Yeah, give me some
I
streams.
remember the shit you and Myron used to fucking put out Leafa and shit. Like
Yeah, a lot of that
I
old
tried to
stuff.
call fucking Leafa the other day, nigga. She texted, she was like, I'm gonna call you back. And she ain't ever called me back. I'm gonna get on her ass. And maybe I need to pull up on her or something, bro. Like I'm so distant from everybody, dog. I live way over here. And
Yeah.
everybody's way over there. And yeah, bro.
Yeah.
We fucked up, bro. We trying
Fucking-
to we talking about the world and banding people together, nigga, but
We
our
can't even get
immediate
the family
families
together.
is fucked up, bro.
And that's
Exactly, my nigga.
that's a
Like,
reflection of the society as a whole.
our immediate families are fucked, bro. Like just spending time with you, like I'm grown now, and it's like you and her, y'all are grown, and y'all like in this whole different realm or vibe or something. It's like I'm on and I'm on like this whole family shit. Like I don't like to go out too much, but I like to have people over and we have drinks and I barbecue and people get full and we just kind of hang out and talk shit and laugh and reminisce. I guess people ain't on that shit, bro. I guess I'm a fucking lame. I feel that way. Maybe I'm just a lame dude. Like this whole idea of family and that shit is no longer. You know, like maybe I just need to get out and fucking club hop and bounce around and look at bitches that shake their ass and do shit like that, you know? I don't know. Shit's crazy, bro.
I don't know, man. And what you talking about is the thing, man. I don't know. I've been trying to pull families together. I mean, I given up, man. But I used to be like you a lot. That's why I was like I am, because I just focus on the family, my immediate family, my kids and shit. And just, that's it.
And now it's like if family call you because they're looking at it, they're hearing people like, oh yeah, Deuce a truck driver. Oh yeah, Chaka managed this restaurant and he's big shit. And it's like when they call you, it's like, man, you got a few dollars.
I'm telling you. That's
It's
why I
like-
don't answer my phone. I ain't gonna say the name, but I just got a Cash App request for somebody that you know.
Motherfuckers on here, nigga, this Cash App and Zelle and fucking Venmo. Like, nigga, they don't even gotta call you and ask you for shit, nigga. They just send you a request. Let me
Yeah.
get $10, nigga. They just send you a request. They
Yeah.
don't even. It ain't even. It used to be, nigga. They would bullshit you like, "Hey, what's up, Ken Folk, man? How you doing, man? Man, nigga, I was just thinking about you. I just thought I'd say, man, you got $20." You know what I'm saying? Like
Now it's
they
just a Cash App request.
a request. Can I get $10? Can I get 15? say, man, can I get 20? But like,
Bruh,
I don't
that
even answer
$20
that
is
shit
not
no more,
finna
bro.
really help you. Like you finna be in the same boat
Hell
tomorrow.
yeah. I'm finna give you $20, nigga. You finna go. If they even sell, I don't even think it's like back in the day, $20 went far, nigga. You could go get a Nick sack that was more like a dime sack, get you a pack of sweets, a pack of cigarettes, probably a
Some
six
beer.
pack.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 pack of beer. You know what I'm saying? Nowadays, nigga, you paying $20 for the weed. Now you still gotta hustle up $1.50 for a fucking a cigarillo, a bullshit ass cigarillo, nigga. Like it ain't even the same. Cigarettes is fucking $10 a pack now. That's why I don't even smoke cigarettes no more. I vape like a motherfucker. I pay $40 for two bottles of fucking vape oil that lasts me like 2-3 weeks.
I need a vape, bro. Man, if you
I
one
keep
that works
telling
and
you,
not
nigga,
gonna
come,
leak.
nigga. I keep telling you to come out here by me. I got a spot for you, bro. You can get a pot. You can get what I got. Let me turn my camera on. I'll be turning that shit off. This shit right here. This is a pod style system. It's made by Geek Vape. It's called the Aegis Boost. It holds like 6 mils of juice. It's a
And everywhere
pod
I go,
style.
they don't be
It's a
having the
pod
juice
style.
no more. They got the
Nah,
nicotine juices, and I don't like all them shits.
nah. See, you need to go. That's what I say, bro. Like my spot, they got where I go to. It's called Vapor Sense. Like here's a little pod. You just stick it on top of this device here. You know what I'm saying? You stick it on top of
Yeah, I've
here.
had one just
Oh,
like that. I've had so
but
many of them. They be
the spot.
leaking and shit.
Nah, this shit don't leak, nigga. Look how it's made. It don't leak.
Yeah.
There's no leakage on this whatsoever, and it takes a single battery right there.
I
Boom.
just been using these fucking disposable ones you get from the store. I hate them.
Yeah, man. I keep telling you, you need to go to my spot, bro. Like you can get, they can make you juice with no nicotine at all.
That's what I
None.
want.
They make it in house. No nicotine at all, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out, bro, real soon because I'm tired. I really need that. Everywhere I go, they
Look at
don't
the
have what I
smoke
want.
clouds I get off this shit.
Yeah. All right, man. I'm gonna wrap it, bro. It's late and I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm finna go lay down next to my wife too. Shit.
Yeah.
Go lay up underneath that piece of chocolate, goddamn.
Yeah. I wish I had something like that to lay. But
Shit, man, you got something? Ain't you got something now?
not really. Well, nah. I don't know, bro. I don't want to talk
Man,
about
tell her stop bullshitting. Come on and get that dick. Like, tell a girl come through. Why she high siding this shit? Be like, man, I don't care because you got another nigga. Fuck it. Come on through. You with me tonight, goddamn shit.
I'll be the side dick.
The side dick gonna treat you right anyway. Fuck it. Shit. Bro, oh man. I'm glad, dog. I'm glad I'm married, nigga. Cause I couldn't be in the single round. I'd be paying a bitch. I'd be paying a bitch just to come through, just to have that vibe.
Yeah.
Like, but there is some good ones out there, bro. There's some females out there that just want a down nigga that keep it real, bro. There is some still out there, dog. But you know, the married life, it's a good thing. Has its ups and downs, but you know, you free. You can play the field. Go. Need to take your ass to Bell Station somewhere and go post up in that hole and find you a little old vibe to come through the crib. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Get you a little, flex your little old muscle a little bit. You know, few hours, smoke a blunt, chill. You know, she
I
burn
ain't gonna
out.
lie. I'd rather be locked down, bro. I'd rather be in your position. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
It's beautiful. I ain't gonna lie, it's beautiful, bro. We had our ups and downs, bro. Like we done been through some shit the past couple of years, but we've been going at it strong, just both realizing our fuckery within ourselves and ultimately realize that, hey, you the one for me, I'm the one for you. Like Yeah. So it is what it is.
I'm
We
happy
gotta
for
make
you,
this
man.
shit work. But yeah, I feel you. My
Yeah.
partner going through the same thing. Every time he work where I work, every time he come home, bro, he hollering at a different little deal, and it's like I asked that nigga like, dog, does that shit get old? And he was like, yeah, but it's what I got. Fuck it, nigga, get a nut. It is what it
Got,
is.
gotta do what you gotta do sometime, bro. Shit, it's hard out here in these streets.
Yeah, I feel that.
All
I
right,
feel that.
man. I'm gonna wrap it. I'll be back tomorrow. Really later today, actually.
All right, yeah,
I'm probably
man, go
gonna come
take.
on in the day because I'm off tomorrow. So I mean, I gotta do some running around. After I get through running around, I'm gonna come back get on the show sometime during the day. I don't know what time.
Yeah. Well, shit, you text us when you live anyway, so just
Yeah.
tell. I gotta go to the eye doctor in the morning, and then I gotta grab a couple of things for work, cause I'll be leaving out Friday. So, but yeah, for the most part, man, I'll be chilling here at the crib, man. Be with my babies, man. Shit, cause they already sad, cause they know tomorrow's my last day off. So.
And then school about to start and all that shit.
Yeah, they go back to school on the 17th, and I'm not gonna be here for the first day, so it's just one of them things. Kind of getting tired of that shit, bro. I want to
I
get
feel
back
you.
to my shit, bro. Like being able to take, even though they're like my daughter's going to the 7th grade, my son's going to the 4th. Um, but still, it's cool, because they go to school at different times. So be able to drop him off and then go take my daughter. You know, shit, that shit just. It is what it is, bro. It
Quality
is
of
what it
life,
is.
man. Sometimes it ain't about how much you make, you know?
Nah, it's not, bro. But I ain't gonna lie to you, dog. With the shit that I'm trying to clear up from having my business, debt, taxes, I, I, if I was making less than what I'm making, dude, I don't know if I'd be surviving, bro. I
It's
don't even
tough.
know if I'd be living.
It's hard out here, but what I'll tell you though is what I do know for sure. It's like it's some crazy thing that happens. No matter how much money you make, you still end up in the same boat. Like it's really strange because it's like your bills just improve, you know, or more. You make more money, but you still be in the same boat. Really, like I've been in different tax brackets, and I swear it didn't
Yeah,
feel different.
I'm gonna get a haircut, nigga. I feel I'm rough in the. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you, dude. Like I feel you, man. Like it's just we got blessed here at the apartment because we got a 3 bedroom, 2 bath. You been to my place, so
Yeah.
like we got blessed. Like they lost our contract, so they couldn't figure out what the hell they did with our new lease that we signed. So they ended up just giving us what we were paying before, like right around when COVID hit, and that was like 1740 some a month. So we've been paying that. So I don't know what it's gonna be in December when our lease come up. I've been working, bro, trying to get like a rent house, but I've been trying to get my shit where I can buy a house, but it's not really a buyer's market, man. The
Not right
interest
now,
hitting.
not even for used cars. But everybody's rent is going up. Like everybody's is gone went up a lot this last year.
Yeah, because it's people like when I was out cooking outdoors, man, I ran, when you out there grilling and shit, people just walk up, oh man, it smells good. And I was talking to a couple of folks, man, and they moved in and they got like a 2 bedroom. Like one chick, she got a 1 bedroom and she paying like 19 something a month. And I'm like, I was afraid to even mention what I'm paying with a 3, but I've been here. So people that's moving in now that's getting a 3 bedroom, 2 bath, they paying in the 2s.
Yeah.
So,
That's
you
where you
know.
gonna be at. They're gonna put you right there.
Well,
Next next
actually I
cycle.
went talked to the apartment manager, man. Like I went talked to her, and me, lover, and then I go in there. Oh, don't worry about. Hey, if it's, I'm like, look, I ain't looking to pay no 2 something. I understand y'all got to go up, but 2. And she's like, well, just come holler at me. Your lease is up such and such, and I'll see what I can do because we definitely don't want you to move around that time because that'll be a loss for us. I'm like, all right, bet. So it's kind of a blessing. My shit is up and like around the time people usually don't move because of the holidays.
They gonna get you, bro. Don't think it's not. They gonna come in and do some damn upgrades in there.
Nigga, they've been trying to get me to upgrade my apartment, like new cabinets, new light fixtures, and nah, I don't want that shit. I'm keeping the old shit that's been in here. And it don't look bad, nigga. We got dark coffee color cabinets and shit. I need a house.
They gonna get you. You're gonna be paying a mortgage next time.
Nigga, I'm paying a mortgage.
Yeah, you are paying a mortgage.
$1748 a month. I'm paying a mortgage. So, you know, I got a partner right now, got a fucking 5-bedroom house. 5-bedroom house, 4.5 bath, 2-car garage. And he only paying like 13 something a month for it, you know? So
yeah,
I'm paying a mortgage. But yeah, bro, I know you gotta wrap it, man. I'm gonna go lay my ass down myself so I can be up with the little ones. I gotta go to Dr. Eye appointment in the morning, so I need to be able to get up.
All right, man.
Gotta get a haircut before I go. I'm looking rough. Shit looking rough.
Yeah, I got a bunch of shit I need to take care of tomorrow. All right, man. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. Like, share, and subscribe, man. Check us out. We'll be back tomorrow, tonight, however you want to look at it. Later. We'll be back later.
Later. All right, bro.
All right. Peace.
Peace and love.